Time, it seems. Time, it seems.
I know. Right?
Hello.
Headphone adjustment. Yep, we're going live in just a second.
Okay. Sorry.
Darn it, darn it. Darn it.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know, young enough to do. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight? Is right. A loyal man who brings a job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's prophecy to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? You'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's over. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States, such as is left on this planet Earth, the only one we have, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the vast Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 9th of October. Yeah, it's the 9th of October already in what is a stunningly gorgeous fall weekend here in the humble Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania. 9th of October, we are live to every place that I have shared the program, and I would be thrilled to be able to tell you how many places I have shared the program to, because, I wasn't smart enough to look that up before I got in the air, because it's always good to look stuff up for you live and in person, because I know 106, take that, Facebook, take that. That is 106 places across the Facebook universe that we have shared the program so far to today. And please, all of you, to everywhere that we share this program. I know I say this every week, and sometimes I say it a half a dozen times every week. To every single one of you, every group, every page, every individual, everything that allows this humble, no money making, zero advertiser little program onto your little corner of the Facebook universe, we deeply appreciate it. We could not be here if you were not there. You can stay right where you are at any of those 106 places. In fact, why don't we make it more than 106? Make it 110, 15, 25, make it a cool million. Sounds good to me. Share the program. You stay right where you are, continue to watch, enjoy, listen in, whatever you might be doing this wonderful Sunday evening. However, if you would like to join the conversation, we already see a good number of faces and, names. I don't see the faces. I see the names, he said. In our Facebook chat, please come on over to our home group Facebook page. that other side of information, It will see your name. There's some folks actually in there that I didn't get a chance to welcome to quite yet. I will get to you, I promise. If you have questions and comments, you can put them in there. I will see them. I will pass them on to our guest, or I will take the questions if they are for me. But you hear enough from me, throughout the 4 hours every week. We want to talk to guests, so we'll talk to them. So do that, please. That other side of information on Facebook. To our friends and family at hot101.net. It's really, really simple. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. You can listen to hot101.net quite literally everywhere around the globe. If you have an electronic device, there is no place that you cannot find us or listen to us. You can go to the main website. You can go to our go to the Apple App Store for Apple devices, the Google Play Store for Android devices. If you have any other type of device, go to the Tune In Radio app, go up to the search bar, search for hot101.net, and you can listen to us there. You can Bluetooth us in your car, a Bluetooth speaker. You can do laptops, desktops, tablets, phones, Bluetooth headphones, and of course, play America's favorite game show. I did it once, but that doesn't mean I'm going to quit. You can tell Alexa, "Hey Alexa, play hot101.net," and you will hear the dulcet tones of my voice coming out of your Alexa. I triggered someone's Alexa 2 weeks ago, and I continue to be ridiculously and immaturely excited about such a thing. You would think that someone of my age, let's notice I said my age, not my maturity level, wouldn't be so excited to trick somebody's Alexa to turn it on, but I was terribly, terribly pleased with myself, and I continue to be so. And of course, TCP, the Cultured Professional, the powerhouse media outlet right from right here in our own Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, from the Lancaster area, a very, very important voice in our community. We are proud to be part of their family as well. To a very special friend and listener, Randall Sampson, who I cut off very, very quickly last week on the phone, because we were having such we had a very, very busy show last week with 3 different guests. We almost never do that unless we're having a round table. We had people come in and go, and then another one came and left, and another one came and left. We rarely, if ever, do that. It got very, very busy. I owe him more time on the phones this week, and I will get to that. We will open up the phones later in the program for you to speak to our guest if she is willing to hang out that long, or you get stuck with just little old me. But we will open up the phone lines later in the program as well. With all of that said, you may have been watching me scramble a little bit. Hopefully everybody is hearing me and listening to me just fine. I have had nothing but technical issues since I got home. Scrambled home from a political trip yesterday and a visit to see some family, and my iPad, the computer I do here, has been fighting pretty much everything except my cat has been fighting with me, and he's not mad because I've been away for 2 days, or I should say he's actually quite mad. I got that completely, let me try that again. I got that completely backward. He's actually not in a good mood. I walked in, I fed him, and I immediately got to work. So he's not happy. In fact, I think there's an excellent chance, I would bet anyone a shiny penny on it, because we don't make money on this program, but I'll bet you a shiny penny that at some point in the program, you will hear him come into the room and whine really, really loud. It's going to sound like he's in some sort of distress. He's not. Well, not physical distress, just I want to sit on your lap kind of distress. And there's nothing better. So let's just take that, folks. There's nothing better. So there we go. So to Prakash, I probably said that wrong, and if I butchered your name, you may discipline me as such. And Christopher, who I did not get to type to yet. Dan is here. Randall, Phyllis is here. I think I got everybody so far. Welcome, 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 welcome. Let's get to our guest. We have, I have explained this to you, my audience, before, but let me refresh your memories, your collective memories. I can't quite explain this. But for whatever reason, and I'm blessed and very happy about it, make no mistake, I just find it very curious, and I don't know why this has happened this way. We have a hell of a listener pool in Oregon. I'm very happy about it. Believe me, I'm not making fun of it. I'm not making light of it. It sounds like I am. I'm not. I just I have been in radio and television since I was 15 years old. And I find the inner workings of radio to be fascinating. Not just the technical equipment, but when this host is leaving this station and going to this station, or this guy bought a bunch of stations and they were one thing and now they're a different thing. And I've talked to you many, many weeks about how many right-wing hate radio stations there are in this country and how progressive groups need to be a part of that, buying up stations and putting our message out and so on and so on. So I kind of like the inner workings of radio, just one of my geeky things. One of my other geeky things is my Doctor Who t-shirt, which doesn't seem to be showing up very well on camera, but we'll get to that later. And so we have this very loyal, growing, consistent pocket of listeners in Oregon. And again, I'm absolutely thrilled about that. Believe me, I don't care where you go. I don't care if they're listening on Mars. I mean, if people weren't listening, we wouldn't be here. So we have been very, very fortunate enough to grow that into guests coming on from Oregon. And so we have another one today. And I think what's interesting for a person like me who's based in Pennsylvania, we are a little too Pennsylvania centric because I live here. I think maybe that's a little natural. It's great to hear different voices from different parts of the country, to hear what's different, but also what's the same. Because we do have common values across this country. Oregon is wildly different in many ways from Pennsylvania, and in some ways, very much the same. There are mountainous and forest regions, but yet you have a beautiful, beautiful coastline. We have rivers, and some lakes. And there are issues that surround the differences that we learn from. So we're very fortunate enough to have another guest on from Oregon. Our guest is Raz Mason. She is running for the Oregon State Senate from the 26th District. Raz, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Jeff. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm
Oh
hoping
my
that.
goodness, I'm Mike.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and it sounds beautiful. You have a
Woot.
very professional mic. I'm going to keep you for the next 3 weeks. So thank you for that.
Awesome.
And the
Awesome.
background. We should, for as long as we've all been forced to to use some of this technology, from when we were forced to it to when now it actually is, makes it a simple click for you and I to speak to each other 3,000 miles from each other. The background is set, nice professional mic, everything. I'm just going to keep you for the rest of the cycle. So sorry about that. But anyway, thank you very, very much for being here. And thank you for accepting our invitation and considering, we do have this listener base in Oregon, but considering that we're not based there and at such a critical time during this election cycle, it's a real honor for us to have you and for you to take the time, especially with the time difference. It's 2:15 p.m. your time. You could be out doing 1,000 other things. So please understand how grateful I am that you came to visit us today to talk to us about your campaign, what's important to you, and how things are going. We appreciate it very much.
Well, I'm actually very excited about your setup because I have considered myself bi-coastal. In a sense, I seem to have throughout my life kind of bopped between different coasts, and I will, at the risk of implying that I know more about Pennsylvania than I do, I did get my undergraduate degree in Pennsylvania. So
I live here, and sometimes I don't think I know it. So no worries there. But let's start with the opening question that we greet all of our guests with, especially first-time guests. We've been lucky enough to have some repeat family members come back and join us as well. Who is Raz Mason, and how did you get here?
Okay, and I have been on the campaign trail trying to make that a smaller little kernel presentation, and I will just prepare you for failing miserably.
No worries.
First of all, I have a very deceptive name. It's spelled Raz. I pronounce it Raz. Think of father.
Well, you can.
And there's no way to know that ahead of time. So Raz Mason running for Senate District 26. And I live in a small, beautiful, beautiful small town called the Dalles, which is on the Columbia River. Little factoid about the Dalles, which is about 18,000 people. It used to be the end of the Oregon Trail. And at that time, it was the county seat for Wasco County, which went up north to the Canadian border and east to the Rocky Mountains. So it's a culturally important site for millennia because of the indigenous folks who were there for the falls and the salmon run. So I love the Dalles. It's beautiful. It's on the east side of the mountains, and this area has a very different flavor than what some people think of as being Oregon, which is the mountains and the timber. So my
Right.
district goes from where I live, far in the east of the district, all the way through Hood River County. So we've got Mount Hood, again, the Gorge, National Scenic Area, east, basically all of the Gorge. So the east part of Portland, and then much of Multnomah County, which is a rural county, and there's some farmland and there's lots of timberland. So because of redistricting, this is now essentially one of two toss-ups in the state. And I never thought I would have the opportunity to run a competitive race. But I'm very hopeful about folks in the state understanding what is at stake this year and turning out, because not only do we have a close race just by the numbers, but it is the turnout on the Democratic side that's going to win it for us, as well as those non-affiliated voters who make up 4 in 10 of my voters, who will say, wait a minute, here's somebody that I can connect with. So I'm a Democrat. I'm also the independent party nominee for this election. So I cover a lot of territory. See, I already promised. I already feel like I'm kind of going big on this one.
No, that's the beauty. That's exactly why I asked the question the way I ask it, because
Okay.
I want to know how you answer it. What does that question mean to you? It's exceptionally open-ended. Others will say I'm just too lazy to prepare anything better. Me, maybe guilty, but I do like, I don't, some will answer with a biography. Some will
Mhm.
answer with a personal story that has led them to this point.
Yeah.
Others will, I had one guest go, you asked me to be here. Go right. We missed that, but okay, let us press on. But yeah, it's, that's what made you do this? Have you always been politically inclined? Was there a particular happening in your district or in Oregon or nationally
Mhm.
that said, someone has to do something here? Was it just
Yeah.
the redistricting? Was it, what led you? There's a lot of people are politically aware. They watch the news,
Mhm.
not enough,
Right.
and not enough people vote. And it's not a difficult thing to be engaged and informed to vote either. But there is usually something different, or that extra little push
Yeah.
that makes someone go from wake up, coffee, morning commute, job, evening commute, dinner, little bit of news, bed, to go, I have to do something
Mhm.
about this. And that something can mean different things to other people. It might mean I'm going to read even more,
Yeah.
or letter to the editor, or march,
Mhm.
rally, activist group,
Yeah.
something like that. But you decided to become a candidate. Why?
Well, I appreciate you mentioning some of those lead ups, and among many things. And as we talk, hopefully some of these pieces will pop out. But I've been a social studies teacher. I have a minor in political science. I'm super, super invested in folks getting more engaged in politics.
I will get
That
to that too.
said,
I went to school to teach, and
okay.
my secondary, and my
Yeah.
minor was in the social sciences, among which history, civics. You know what the social sciences are. I don't need to tell you what that is, but and
Yeah.
I think a very overlooked piece of the social sciences. Well, we've buried civics and government, but also
Mm.
just geography. Where is
Yeah.
things where they are, and why did things
Mm.
come where they are? Why did Portland become Portland?
Yeah.
Rivers, water, we get all that, but I'm just saying it's a whole, I cut you off, but yeah, we'll talk
No.
teaching. We'll talk teaching and education a little later, but
Absolutely. And critical
what,
thinking and
right.
being a lifelong learner. So I'm a mixed bag, and I am so excited about people ramping up whatever their engagement level is for them. Listeners, for you. So it goes back, fourth grade is the first time the little flame kicked in when I ran for my class president role, and I was not the cool kid, so I wasn't elected. But I mentioned the college piece. I was involved in some community canvassing for city council, was involved in a group called Burrians. This is outside of Seattle, a Burrian for Carrie way back in the day, where I
Mhm.
started really connecting with other folks in my neighborhood who are politically engaged. And then from those relationships came these opportunities to get more involved in a couple city council races, supporting those candidates. And I think I'm going to just say that some of this for me is my particular constellation of issues from childhood. I think gender, as a woman, I feel like I have to have I set my bar extremely high, and I expect that it's hard sometimes for me to put myself forward. So what happened? I was having a conversation with someone back in 2018. So we're a little bit into the Trump era. And we had the only red congressman from Oregon, Greg Walden. So election coming up.
Yep.
And
I've heard Tom Hartman mentions him often. The king of
Yeah.
progressive media is not too far from where you are, as you know. He now lives or returned and now lives in Portland, and he's mentioned Mr. Walton quite a bit.
Yeah. So he, unfortunately, Greg Walden
And not in good ways.
has gone further and further to the right, which is terribly unfortunate. Anyway, coworker said, gosh, we need someone good to go up against Greg Walden. And that started my mind racing. And I had looked up who were the Democratic candidates, and there were 6 of them. And a couple of them
Wow.
looked to me like they were pretty much running on single issues. And sometime between that evening and the next morning, I had this little voice say to me when I was running through and thinking, someone needs to champion climate change action. Someone needs to stand up for rural dignity. And a little voice inside said, well, you can do that. And I thought, and
was it a left brain, right brain argument?
I'm going to say it was a spiritual, or I
Okay.
am a
Yeah,
person
yeah.
of faith,
Okay.
and I've had these senses of calling where it's kind of
Mm.
like, are you kidding me? But it just feels so congruent that
Roz, I
I
don't want to
have
take
to
you
act
off on
on
a
it.
tangent, but I want to ask you about this before I forget, because
Okay.
I have forgotten to put a scrap piece of paper in front of me to take notes. You mentioned that you're a person of faith.
Mhm.
Do Republicans own faith?
Of course not. However, I will say that those of us in the center
They've done a
left
better job of owning it.
do not do a good enough job owning it. Yes. And I also
And I didn't
have
mean
the
to take you off track.
Nope.
I think that's a really important point. I don't think we talk about that enough.
Yeah.
That Democrats can be led by faith as well. They choose not to be led by faith. Oh my goodness, freedom argument. If we choose not to be led by faith, if we do head over heart, then that's our prerogative. But they don't own faith. They don't own patriotism. They don't own. It would seem to me that love of country, love of state and district means true love of it means that you do criticize it because you want it to be better,
Yes.
because you want to
Yeah.
do better, because you know you can do better. And that is actual patriotism, isn't it? That's actual love, isn't it? It would seem to me.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you disagree. That's cool.
So what you're bringing up, I find myself in a very interesting position right now where I'm a rural Democrat. Part of my challenge is getting the word out. There's an overspending issue. My opponent has raised $330,000. I'm pushing 50,000, most of which are from small donors. I think we're doing an amazing job getting the word out. For instance, we've had 11,100 handwritten postcards sent out there. And I can share with folks, if you're interested in that, joining in, we will pay for the postage. Although if you want to kick it in, we love that. We'll give you labels. We'll certainly give you names. We'll give you script. And you can find more about that and sign up at masonfororegon.com/postcards. And they're very effective. Yes. And so because we're a smaller campaign, that we're leaning into our relationships. And to me, that's not a terrible disadvantage. In fact, we're leveraging what we know is most important. And that's that connection. Humans are craving connection and meaning. So I'm going to try to go back, and I'm appreciating, Jeff, that I think you and I have similar styles where we can see interconnections, and sometimes it's hard to be linear, and why bother?
Yeah, it's mostly I'm an old fool and I forget things. I tend to I hear keywords and I hear
Mhm.
certain things and I know that I need to, don't worry, I made notes. Hopefully it'll be better.
Yeah.
But I
I
hear
remember.
things and I
I-
don't want to let them go.
Yeah.
And I do think that's I just think that's a big one. I'm not a regular churchgoer.
Yeah.
I'm a member of the Moravian faith right here where the Moravian faith was founded in this country
Mhm.
in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And nothing touches my heart more than walking through the Central Moravian Church campus and theological seminary and university. And simply because I'm not, I have my own sometimes rocky relationship with powers above. Um,
Mhm.
I'd appreciate a little more help every now and then.
Yeah.
A job would be great. Some health would be lovely. I've had
Mhm.
neither. Um, but it doesn't mean I just I get very frustrated at some of the ground that, let's be blunt, my words, not yours, that a corporate fascist oligarchical right has taken from us as if they somehow own the flag of the nation, if they somehow own the military, which we've shown, which has been proven over and over they do not, although they have a terribly over overblown influence in it, as the Southern Poverty Law Center recently told us, that they don't own the flag, they don't own the symbols of this country, they don't own faith, they don't own patriotism. There are different forms of patriotism. I get it. Sedition generally is not one of them. Let us be blunt.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, sedition isn't one of them. But being bold enough, being informed enough to stand up and say, complete, free, unregulated capitalism is not American,
Mm.
and that we can do better. Shout out to my social studies compatriot here, that we can fix the problems of this country because we've already done it,
Mm.
because history shows us
Yeah. It's a
that we've
cyclical.
already done it, because the New Deal worked.
Mhm.
And I think it's
Yeah.
become Democrats' responsibility, sadly, because it's a sad responsibility, to try to educate the American electorate, or at least what's left of it that's willing to talk,
Mhm.
that a very small handful of billionaires have decided democracy is no longer convenient.
Yeah.
Elections aren't convenient anymore. Freedom isn't convenient because it might interfere with the just unabashed, unregulated, unchecked hoarding and extraction of wealth from the rest of us.
Mhm. And I would say, though, that unfortunately there are a lot of folks on the right who have abetted those people without really interrogating the oligarchs' motives. And so somehow I think there's power in reaching out to those folks and staying engaged, staying in relationship.
Well, can you, I mean, even God told Moses that the Israelites that blasphemed him
Mhm.
while Moses was up on the mountain receiving the 10 Commandments, would have to wander the desert until they all passed off and then could cross over. It seems to me there's about 30% of the population now who likes Chinese made red hats. They're unreachable.
I
Not even totally because they are unreachable, but because they don't want to be reached.
I would differ with that. And I say that from living in this community that really is purple, and pockets of Eastern Oregon are far, far on the red side. In fact, there's this movement, as you're well aware,
Right,
to
for the
join
eastern,
Greater Idaho.
right, the eastern counties to secede and become part of
Yeah.
Idaho, which I'm stunned, by the way, that Idaho hasn't welcomed it. But perhaps that's a different topic for a different day.
Idaho is much more diverse. So anyway, I had an interesting experience that was quite formative for me back when I was right out of high school. I saw an ad for volunteers at the Portland Women's Crisis Line, which is now called Call to Safety. And so I thought, ooh, that sounds interesting and exciting. I think I have a flair for drama. So I was pulled to the intensity of that. And I jumped in and I learned an incredible amount. And I learned how pervasive abuse and trauma are in intimate relationships. It doesn't always, reach the level of generalized awareness such that we would do something constructive about it. That has shaped my perspective going forward. So I ended up working many years in 2 domestic violence shelters afterward. That propelled me into a curiosity about men's experience. And so from that, I did clinical chaplaincy training in 2 VA hospitals. So internships and then a residency. And I've also had more advanced training in trauma-informed practices. That is a lens combined with a faith, which says, as I perceive it, love your neighbor. And if you're confused about who your neighbor is, love your enemy. So love everyone. And
Turn
that
the other
doesn't
cheek.
mean,
Welcome the immigrant.
yes,
Yep. Simple
It-
biblical principles.
yes. And so what it means is that it's my job then to figure out how to connect with these folks. And I will have to say, maybe it's because I grew up in several years in Eastern Oregon, which is why I really wanted to come back as an adult. But to some degree, they're my people. I also had a couple bouts of truck driving, long haul truck driving. I got tired of all my academic stuff and the office stuff. And that's
Want
a
to
no
learn about
BS
the
zone.
United States, become a long haul truck driver.
Absolutely. Yes. The geography piece really resonated with me there. So I have a genuine love for these folks. And what I think when I look at the dynamics, which you put your finger on about economic absolute injustice, that trying to think if it was a Brookings Institution or a Rand study that said over the last 40 years, the top 1% has stripped $50 trillion from the bottom 90%.
I will clean that up.
Okay.
As I understand it, both
Mhm.
from many hours of Mr. Hartman and Bernie and so on, and Elizabeth Warren for that matter. If we were to take just regular listeners to the program are going to go, oh God, he's going again. And I'm happy to say that I would steal this from Tom Hartman. He jokes that his wife told him that on your gravestone, it's going to say it all started with Reagan. Yeah, pretty much. I
Yeah.
mean, I think we could make an argument that it started with Nixon, and the Republicans, since they broke off from the Whigs and then eventually destroyed and absorbed the remaining Whigs, have always been the corporate party. They've always been the party of the rich. There was a sweet spot there, I think, right around the Second World War, and a little bit after, where the Republican and Democratic parties wanted the same thing. We just didn't agree necessarily on how to get there. A Republican president passed and signed and created the interstate highway system. That was a big borrow money, public works, federally based program. It was a Republican that did that. Richard Nixon signed. We all famously know Richard Nixon signed the legislation to make the EPA exist. So there are pockets of sanity in there somewhere. But then again, Nixon also appointed Jerome Powell to the Supreme Court, who famously told the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, you need to get involved in politics because the middle class is getting too rich and they're getting mouthy. So we have that. And he created, you can draw a straight line from Mr. Powell straight to Citizens United as well. The income tax cuts alone, not the cap gains or corporate or the ability to offshore or the tax breaks Republicans passed to offshore jobs where they actually get money back in their pockets to send jobs overseas. Just the income tax cuts since the inception of the Reagan era have totaled over $55 trillion. All new wealth created in the United States since the onset of Reaganism, 83% of that new wealth has gone to the top 1%. All of the new wealth since 2000, 100% of it has gone to the top 1%. And they have now extracted well over $1 trillion from the bottom 99. The richest 3 people in the United States now hold as much wealth as the bottom 2/3 of the population. It is President Kennedy that said, it is one of his most disturbing quotes, those who make peaceful protest impossible make make violent revolution inevitable. And when growing numbers of millions of people from any political persuasion, from any race, color, creed, or faith, can no longer feed their family, that's when it gets dicey.
Mhm.
So it would seem to me we went from what Republicans own all this. This is going to be great because I think your brain works the way I do. You hear something and then we go off on another. This is going to be a hard conversation to follow, folks. Let me just tell you right now, we're going to go all over the place, and I'm going to enjoy every single second of it. But faith is part of that, it seems to me. When you have no platform other than how much wealth can we generate to the people that own us, i.e. the employees of the Republican Corporation, the party people, and the office holders, the owners, the billionaire class. It's a company. It's just a company. It's a corporation. There's no platform. There's no plan. There's no guidance. There's no leadership. There's no nothing. What do? You rattle up people of faith. You rattle up the evangelicals to convince them to play on their racist instincts, sadly, that, well, if your neighbor who happens to have a different skin color than you is either receiving benefits or somehow gets a better job than you, you must be somehow losing. That the success of the country is somehow, we don't all succeed. If someone else succeeds, it's because they're taking it from you instead of the proverbial rising tide lifting all boats. I can't think of
No,
anything
I
more.
gotta say though, I think it's more misdirection, right?
I
It's,
can't
hey,
think of
look at
anything
the
more.
folks who are equal or lower than you, rather than look at how the rules of the game are rigged. So I'm optimistic that if we can connect with folks respectfully and acknowledge, a lot of that Trumpian anger comes from folks. You mentioned offshoring, the mechanization. A lot of that happened even on Clinton's watch. I like a lot of what he did, but he was a corporatist Dem. Folks, things didn't go the way that they thought they were going to. And that, there's some entitlement that can be interrogated there. But there's some bad stuff that happened. And as you mentioned, when folks can't feed their family, when folks can't afford a place to live, when almost any significant medical event is going to bankrupt you, that's not fair. There's anxiety, there's anger. And I think if we can do a better job as Democrats and progressives of explaining such things as you were just mentioning and continuing to educate folks, build that economic literacy, and offer a template for how things have worked maliciously, things have gone awry, folks will feel validated and they will know. And I'm not a fan of stoking anger, but I am a fan of stoking understanding and action. So we need to fix things. I think we can do it without dehumanizing. I'm a huge fan of things like the benefit corporate forms, which 35 states and DC have, right? So it's about and. So if I can, I'll just share, there are two kind of mottos that I'm speaking about that get me excited. And this is another reason I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today, because we have a national opportunity, which is to change the paradigm around politics. It has been allowed to be this dualistic, either or, us, them. And if we're going to survive things like climate change, our interconnected global economy, future pandemics, we have to move to a more integrated, interdependent model that's about both and. And so going back to my experiences working in the domestic abuse field, that was a power over model. And what is healthy and generative is a more indigenous model. We can find it in some of, I think a lot of different faith traditions have it there as well, ethical traditions. It's the power with model where we empower one another. And so what I think is happening with the Republican Party and those evangelical folks is their religious model is this. And I can say, having worked again for many years in the domestic abuse field, that comes from people wanting to, I will be happy if only you change. And so from that mistaken assumption, I'm going to start exerting my will on you to try to control you, thinking that's going to make me happier. And the further you go down that road, the more unhappy you get and the more unhappy the people around you are. So that is a no-win strategy. But it's hard to bring back some of the power and say, I'm going to be the boss of me, and I'm going to be driven by my ethical values and stand up for those and seek internal congruence. But there's also that freedom of, no longer is my happiness depending on what you do. I have more agency.
We might be getting into deeper psychological ground than I'm certainly qualified to get into, but how do we recenter a significant portion of our population to what you just referred to as their ethical grounding,
Mm-hmm.
when they appear to have an ethical grounding that has been told to them rather than one that they've come to themselves?
Yeah. Okay.
If
So I have an answer. I have a thought.
If Fox News 3 hours a night, which is clearly, as we know, a very active and effective arm of the Republican Party at this point, as we see voters begin to polling from likely voters begin to grow as far as how important of an issue crime is to them. We go back across the summer and realize that Fox has been talking about crime all summer.
Mm-hmm.
So they're an effective arm of the Republican Party and their strategy, if there is any, at this point. But if about 30% of the populace who believes that the American experiment and the form of government that we have, the globe's historically longest running democracy, that's done now,
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't work for them anymore. If we give them the benefit of the doubt that is not their moral center, well, then they've been told what their moral center is, in which case, how do you have one in the first place?
So if I may, my fundamental belief is that people are more good than bad. And I think sometimes it's maybe a 51-49, but we know that 51% wins elections. So ironically, one of the best sources of perspective on this, like kind of a roadmap for hope, is something I learned in chaplaincy training, which is family systems theory. And this is a perspective on how energetic systems work, be it at a family level, an organizational level, a national level. And here's a quick summary. Anxiety is contagious. Calmness is contagious. When people are caught up in anxiety, which is that fight or flight response, that's nervous system is elevated, the limbic, amygdala, danger, danger, danger. So that dynamic tends to breed fusion and cutoffs. So you're either with us or you're against us. The antidote to that is calm connection. And so what I believe and what I have seen again and again is that when I'm able to tap, sometimes by faking it till I make it, when I can tap into the better angels of, the angels of my nature and connect with folks with love and offer dignity, the doors open. And that is what people are seeking. They're seeking that sense of, and man, we don't talk enough about classism, but something again that I think is in the mix is, for a long time, some of those hardiest Trump voters are folks who did not go to college. And we've made it seem like college is essential. If you're going to have human worth, it's essential. And I have this interesting paradox where I've had the privilege of elite education. Went to, 2 master's degrees, one of which is from Harvard, full scholarship. I mentioned that because I wasn't a rich kid. I went to Bryn Mawr for my undergraduate degree, if Pennsylvania folks know that. So that's privilege. That's intellectual privilege. Also, when I worked in the domestic abuse field, I was living with poor people and been a long haul truck driver, as I mentioned. So I kind of have that different perspective. I worked in the career technical education field. I graduated from high school through a culinary program. I'm endorsed in career technical education. So I'm a huge champion for working people and those skills. And I see that people are craving dignity and respect. And so when I interact with folks, and again, I have this amazing opportunity as a rural Democrat to experiment and see if some of these ideas I have play out. And so far, I've been successful in my conversations with folks on the right. And yeah, sometimes folks are so triggered that they're not able to downregulate from the nervous system piece. But even that, if you understand this is biology, folks have gone through whatever that they haven't been able to reset from. That's not a moral failing necessarily. I mean, morals come in there where we get to choose how do we want to go, but to just say, oh my gosh, a lot of the reactivity, that's trauma. And so trauma-informed practices, like it just gives me a way to interact with people where I don't have to judge them. And I think they know that.
Taking into account, and perhaps possibly, although this is clumsy, setting it aside for a moment. If we take the domestic abuse survivor, set them aside, and any form of domestic abuse for that matter, a family member who maybe had someone killed in a crime, something like that, some sort of really, the military veteran who saw real serious combat. Are we really, there's something that you said in that last answer that triggered, I don't want to should say triggered because
It's okay.
I'm not triggered, but it set a light bulb off. Is this group that we're talking about, the folks that I believe are now unreachable, you don't, fantastic that it's what the disagreement, discussion, and improvement is what the country's based, one of the things that the country is based on. So God knows I don't think either of us is honor bound to agree, but we're having the discussion and that's a start. But this group that is so angry that you have characterized as traumatized, they have had a lot taken from them. For the first time in this country, less than 50% of the people self-identify as middle class, and at best consider themselves working poor, rather than just completely down and out. 1920s hobo living on the train under the underpass. The beauty of history is it gives us perspective, it gives us focus, it gives us results. If we classify the dismantling, the degradation, the overt plan to destroy the middle class of this country, that is a trauma that has been put upon people because they were somehow convinced it was good for them. In which case, was this trauma put upon? Is this a trauma they experienced, or is this a trauma they put on themselves?
Well, and
because they either were convinced or allowed themselves to be convinced of it.
Yeah.
The fact that there is that same number, if not a higher number of people who did not buy all of that crap and did not allow themselves to be sucked into it, even though I've been sucked into it and I voted in the interests of the many, not the few. I'm in the working poor class now. I didn't used to be.
Yeah.
So this trauma wasn't, I guess to an extent I'm suffering it, but at least I didn't put it on myself. Where does that breaking point come from? One could say at a very, very base, maybe even callous point of view, what the hell are you so pissed off about? You did this to yourself. You knew better. Or you didn't want to know better.
Yeah. And so I think it was always important to have a power analysis, and one of the incredible paradoxes of societal privilege, and it's a paradox, is that folks who have what everyone seems to want, they're higher up that triangle, that higher position actually breeds a lack of resilience. It breeds fragility. Folks who feel entitled, folks who feel comfortable, they don't necessarily take the steps to prepare or look around and have that intellectual or even that existential humility of sense that things can change. And it's maddening and frustrating. And at the end of the day, I think we have to offer people a path with dignity to come with us. And we can do that by that complexification of, I didn't always vote this
See,
way. Or
the
I
end, I
didn't
agree
always
with
see
you
it.
on the end result, but I
Yeah.
think we have to be, maybe it's tough love. I'm not
Mhm.
always great with that kind of point of view, but I do think candidates have an obligation. Sadly, part of your job is education.
Oh, I
Not
don't say
just 'cause we
sadly.
wear-
I think it's the most exciting, important part of my job.
That folks, they don't know the issues, they don't understand the issues, they've been painfully misinformed,
Yeah. and
and you have to take valuable campaigning time to correct all of that. So I get that point of view, that we do, we can rescue people from that. The truth is supposed to set us free. Unfortunately, we're severely lacking in truth. But if I am, I'm part of the first generation in the history of this country to do worse off than my parents. Not
fellow
just
Gen
the first,
Xer.
not just the first generation to do worse within the last little bit of time period, quite
Mhm.
literally before this country was a country.
Yeah.
Mine is the first generation. I'm 53. I could very easily have a child of childbearing years.
Mhm.
I don't, but I could. That child would be the second generation. Second overall, and oh, by the way, I'm going to break out a British colloquialism, second on the trot.
Hmm.
That child, that theoretical child of childbearing age that I do not have but could chronologically, would be old enough to have a child of their own. By the way, that generation would be the third on the trot to do worse off than their parents. 3 consecutive generations to be economically worse off than the immediate generation before them.
Mhm.
The only 3 in the history of this country. And it just happens to be the last 3 since the onset of Reaganism.
And how
So
do you think that impacts us? Like on a psychological, spiritual, like how does that awareness, whether conscious or unconscious, impact us?
I
Because
think
I'm
it
in the
depends on
same
how
generation.
it depends on how informed you are, doesn't it? If
I don't know.
If Tucker Carlson's telling me that it's all Democrats' fault, which we know is complete bullshit,
Yeah.
then if I'm willing to just sit back and accept that because I'm too intellectually lazy to think of anything else, and I'm sorry, there's a group of people that just are.
Yeah.
They're willing to be told what to think because it's easier.
Yes.
And it's easier because I'm spending most of my mental and emotional energy on how am I going to put food on the table.
Yeah.
But when I look back at my parents, they managed. We weren't rich. I tend to realize more as I get older just how much we were not. But we never lacked for anything.
Yeah.
We got by. My point is, if you are, why is there this measurable group of people who doesn't appear to have taken the step back to say, wait, I'm doing everything I've been doing for 40 years.
Yeah.
Working, paying the bills, maintaining my house. I cut the grass, I plant flowers, I shovel my walks, I sweep the leaves, everything's safe. I give the kids candy at Halloween. I put my Christmas tree up. We visit the neighbors. I help them with the shoveling and the raking and yet all I do is fall further and further and further behind. And I kept voting this way. And it seems to me that one certain section did this and the other one fought it. And we can absolutely make an argument about how effective or how well the other side fought it.
Yeah.
Hell, we were part of it in the 90s. But one side gave it to us and the other one side tried to stop it. It seems to me it's not that damn difficult. What am I missing? Because we have this argument. I shouldn't say argument. I get riled up because I still can't wrap my head around it. We have this discussion inside Pennsylvania all the time.
I have an
Especially
I have an offer.
Especially in the more rural area. The Republicans did this to you. They took damn near everything from you. Maybe
Here's-
Democrats aren't really great at restoring it. Maybe we haven't done well enough. Maybe we haven't made the case well enough. But this isn't rocket science either. And yet you continue to vote that way. At what point do you get the government you voted for?
Okay, so here is my response to that. Take it for what
An
you will.
exceptionally lengthy question.
Underneath anger is grief. And so I absolutely agree with what you just said. And it is even worse when we look at, if we are awake to the perils of climate change and have an understanding of how
Yeah.
that is likely to roll out. So what I'm seeing that behavior as is a reaction. It is one of the couple of the reactions. It's the anger reaction toward grief. It's the denial action toward grief. It's maybe even some of the bargaining. If I just vote for these people, then reality will be different. But there is a loss that many of us are feeling, regardless of what side of the spectrum politically we're on, where what we believed about the world, that we were welcome in the world, that this was going to be a place that encouraged our growth and flourishing, that fundamental belief is it's dead. It's being challenged. There's something, the story is not going to plan. And we talked about faith a little bit, whether you're a person explicitly of faith or not. I think we all have operating assumptions about our role in the world, the way the world works. And so you see a lot of people doubling down. Hey, all we need to do is grab back control, and then we'll have that sense of safety that we feel promised. Just because humans, it's not unreasonable to think that you would be safe, and that things should work out. Like it would be nice if the world were a good place. And for those of us who grew up in post-war years, 70s, for a lot of us, especially if we were white, that was the case. It was more or less a safe world. And so when I look around, what I see are people having existential crises because they thought, again, they were on top and some other people were on the bottom for whatever reasons. Maybe they were just, bad, or they'd done bad things. And now if folks will move into it, again, they may not move into it, but folks are confronting crises of meaning and how the world works. So again, I find it hard to be angry at them. They are causing significant harm. We absolutely need to stand up to that. And I got a second point, but I want to pause and let you see if you have any responses to that.
Well, I'm the host and you're the guest. You tell me. I'm here every week. So I got plenty of time to pontificate about this, but I guess it's out there. I'm not hiding it. I talk about it every week. I just think at some point, sadly, and I do mean that very regrettably, you do get the government that you voted for.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I use the example of central Pennsylvania, rural Pennsylvania all the time. Family farms disappearing every single day. So many more of them promised that the fracking broom was going to save them. If I could just run a pipeline under your land, sir, you'll be fine. You'll never even know it's there. And then the farm is so poisoned that they quite properly become unsheltered and homeless.
Mm.
And then the fact that their taxes continue to go up while they continue to go down on the people who have all the money already. The fact that their elected Republican leaders have no plan other than it's the Democrats that screwed you, when they're the ones that are voting for all of this crap. And again, those same farmers, those same rural folks who used to be miners or work in ironworks or what, and they watch their jobs go overseas because we actually incentivized companies to do that. It started with Nixon opening China, with Reagan dropping the entire tariff system. Sure, go overseas, make it over there for literally a penny an hour, maybe $1.50 a day, ship it back with no tax penalties, no tariffs, no import taxes, no nothing. on some level, I want to hope that these good-hearted folks know this, but they don't.
And that's why
They
you're
don't-
here. And that's why it is so valuable that we continue doing what we can do to try to get the
Well,
word out.
flattery will get you everywhere. Let me just
And-
be honest.
And okay, so one of the other things I grasp for
And
hope
that's
where
why
I
I
can find
find
it.
it, but that's why I'm asking about, and I wanted to ask you about what you're finding out on the campaign trail, and hopefully I'll segue into that.
Mhm.
That when that red hat comes up to you and blames you for everything,
Mhm.
and your own inner senses tell you there's no bridges to be built here. For me, it's a little easier for me. I'm not running
Yeah.
for office, but when that
Yeah.
red hat comes to me and starts trying to have a go at me and dress me up one side down the other,
Mhm.
I'm coming right back. You do this to yourself. You know what the truth is. You know something's wrong in this country, but don't want to hear what's really wrong because you either think you're right, or you've been told that you're right, or you've been told that everything's been taken from you by everyone else who has not taken anything from you.
So I believe there is value in being strong, and I am not a man. I do think that there are some men who very much will appreciate the pushback, because as Democrats, I don't think we do it enough. So I think in our ecosystem,
Truthful pushback, not
right?
just pushback
Yeah.
for histrionics or for the public display of it, but because it's true.
Yes. So I think let me affirm that you are providing something of service. And I feel gratified by my own approach, because it is one that allows me to be sustainable, to feel connected. And here's another thing, and I'm going to take this to the extreme level. I mentioned family systems theory. And I haven't really said this a lot, so I want to be careful, or I'm going to try it and hopefully no one will take it out of context. With my understanding of how violence erupts interpersonally, with my study of genocide through the ages, that emphasis on staying connected, calm connections, and prioritizing relationships is self-protective, because I believe that unless we work very hard at maintaining those relationships and helping people downregulate, again, calmness is contagious, there's going to be a continued acceleration of reactivity. And we cannot expect people who are the most reactive to lead with regulating themselves. If they could, they already would have. So this is where we need to take the lead and stay in relationships, stay in connection. And this is something that I say, and I haven't said it yet, but I would love to have someone try it and tell me how it goes. For those family members who are extremely reactive, they're not willing to listen to anything. And in service of keeping those connections, say, we obviously disagree. You see that things are, falling to pieces. Things are going to hell. I'm very concerned as well. What I would like to know is, do you love me enough to shelter me when people on the right start coming for Democrats? Will you help keep me alive?
Yeah, they already have.
And that level of honesty may shake people out of it. And you will get a very clear sense from the person's answer where they stand. Are they willing? This is about breaking through the denial.
Right.
And if they're willing to, that's never going to happen.
It's happening. It's already
It is happening. And at some point, yeah, we do need to step away from folks, but we've given them, for me, that's me giving someone an opportunity to then live with something that they're going to reflect on, who they are, who they're going to be as a person. One of the most important things that I've learned from history is what it took for people to be rescuers during the Holocaust. And the folks who were just kind of average, get along, go along, they weren't typically the rescuers. It was the people who
It's the
had something.
realization of knowing something's really fundamentally wrong here, and no
Yeah.
one else is stepping up to fix
Yeah.
it. I think that's partly, in perhaps more of a micro universe, why people become candidates. Something's wrong here.
Yeah.
And
If not me, who?
the masses are not stepping up to try
Yeah.
to fix it, because one mass has been convinced it's they're temporarily inconvenienced billionaires and everything will be great if, the new summation of wealth isn't just 250 billion anymore, that's 300, 350, 400, 500. Then that's don't worry, it's all going to trickle down to you. We've been waiting for 50 years, but it's all going to trickle down to you. Eventually you're going to get it. I've said this before. I really don't, I try to make a thing of it, not to swear on the program, but I do it occasionally. Tom Hartman's told the somewhat joke, occasionally, stop pissing on me and telling me it's raining.
Yeah.
And I don't, we're soaked, Americans. We're soaked. The 99% of us are soaked. Stop pissing on me and tell me it's raining. We're soaked through now. We have hypothermia and pneumonia and we're sick and we're dying.
Mhm.
Stop pissing on us and telling us it's raining because nothing's growing. The rain usually makes things green and grow. Raz certainly knows this because she's from one of the greenest states in the country in Oregon, but stop peeing on me and tell me it's raining. I'm done getting pissed on, and you need to be too.
Mhm.
I think the anger is natural, it's human, it's understandable, it's what we do with it. January 6th is not what you do with it. That's what a couple of billionaires played you into doing because democracy is no longer convenient for them. But being angry at home to say, no, I'm going to form a union. I'm going to march. No, I'm not going to sign a pre-contract that I will never join a union or that sign away my right to overtime, but still have to work 80 hours a week.
Mhm.
That's not, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to say that $15 is somehow a livable wage. It's still it's still below the poverty line. And hell, we can't even get that. But we can do better. I know that the majority of people in this country know that something's wrong. I think they know even where the source of it is, but they may
And-
not know what to do about it.
I think it's something like 83% of young people, and I'm not sure the age cutoff, are in support of unions. It's either a 70 something or an 80 something statistic there. But that to me is exciting. We
Yep.
are seeing these paradigm
The
shifts. And
rebound, right?
I think that, again, I'm sharing some of the ways that I try to find hope. I try to find hope in seeing the paradigm, and it takes a long time for it to shift, but we see symptoms like people saying, I'm not going back to the office. I'm not going to work for those wages that don't allow me to pay for things. I have a math degree. I think we need to do a lot better job talking about, how do we frame things? So let's backtrack. How much does it cost to rent an apartment? What hourly wage do you need if you're going to do that?
Right.
And, oh, you want a vehicle? Oh, you have student loans? Oh, you want to
It's
put money
actually-
aside?
It's actually in that same number. It's somewhere in the 75% range. That even if you make $15 an hour, about 75% of the country is out of your reach for rent.
Yeah.
And there's not exactly some glorious areas, by the way, in that 75%. Let's
Right.
just be blunt about it.
Yeah.
And the remaining 25 where you can afford it, perhaps the people that live there love it to death, but I am very, very late for a show reset. Let's do that. It is 6:09 Eastern time, 3:09 Pacific time. Look at him being scientific. Everybody sit down. Don't hurt yourself. It is, we are the Kennedy Effect, and we are live with you for the 9th of October, 2022. I am struggling, by the way, if you hear me sniffling and swallowing a lot, which is really not good radio. It's allergy day. I took something when I got home. It just hasn't set in yet. So I'm struggling back and forth. You're probably seeing me drinking. I'm swallowing all the time because I can't breathe right. So excuse me for that, because it really isn't fun radio. Wherever you might be across your little corner of the Facebook universe, we've had 106 shares the last time I checked. And I know I say it a lot, but I mean it. This program, a program like this that has quite literally no advertising whatsoever, we exist only because you listen and pay attention to it. So wherever you might be on Facebook, if you allow us into your personal timelines, your group, your page, your national page, your private, public group, whatever it might be, whether you have 10 members or some of the groups that we share into literally have almost 100,000, we wouldn't be here without you. Quite properly would not be here without you. We would be the proverbial tree in the forest. and no one wants to be that, not even that tree. So thank you. Thank you very, very much for allowing us to be part of your Sundays now for the last almost 3.5 years and going forward. We appreciate it very, very much. If, as we are an hour plus into the program, if you have missed any of the program, please know that either later tonight, probably tomorrow, after George has a chance to convert this program, it's a video conversion thing. It's very geeky and technical, and that's exactly why George is great at it, and can do it in a few keystrokes where it would probably take me months. Or I'd hold up my phone, play it, record it, and then post it or something would look terrible. He will put it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/that other side of information. Every show that we have ever done is on there on our channel. We don't have a huge number of subscribers. We do have a pretty good number of likers, which is sort of single one-off kind of thing. All the social media that we use for this program, I beg you, please like, subscribe, whatever that thing is that kind of drives the algorithm. You may have noticed how much more prolific the group is once we broke 1,000, as Facebook itself will tell you. The YouTube channel, the Instagram, the LinkedIn, all of it. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, he tried to say, and just pass us on, help us grow. So for everybody across Facebook, especially in your group, individual, and so on, thank you for being there. If you are commenting, questioning anywhere else across Facebook, and I try to be a little bit better to try to catch that during the program, I don't see it. But if you come to our home group Facebook page, that other side of information, I see all your comments. I see you enter. I can say hello, welcome you individually. I will take your questions, pass them on to Raz. I will take your questions for me if you should have any. But then again, I'm here every week. You pretty much know where I stand. We want you to be part of the program. Your comments and questions is a great way, and we'll open up the phone line a little later in the program. To our friends and family and our sisters and brothers at hot101.net, thank you for allowing us onto your various devices, quite literally around the globe. It is already Monday morning to our friends in Australia and New Zealand. Thank you for allowing us to be part of it. Hot101.net is the originator, one of the grandparents, one of the keystones, foundational blocks of internet radio. And if you're not listening, you should be. If you don't know how to do that, it is hot101.net. Our name is our web address. You can listen on literally any type of device connected to the internet, and you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And of course, TCP, the culture professional right out of Lancaster, PA, a proud and growing and strong minority-owned business. We don't have enough of them in this country, especially in a media area. So you should be paying attention to TCP. I wanted to read. Our guest, of course, is Raz Mason. She's running for the Oregon State Senate for the 26th district. I am always extra amped up and excited when someone from outside the Lehigh Valley Commonwealth in the Northeast joins us. It's great to get a different perspective. And I think that you'll find as the conversation continues, just how many things that we share. We are one country. We are one globe. One of the great lies that was ever told to you by the former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and Mr. Reagan is that we're not a community. Well, that is an absolute drop dead lie. If my house is on fire, my neighbor better worry. Our house is on fire. And simply because 3,000 miles separates, or roughly 3,000 miles separates Raz and myself, what happens to her affects me. What happens in Oregon affects Pennsylvania. What happens on this side of the Mississippi affects the other side of the Mississippi. What happens in the U.S. affects Canada, Mexico, and so on and so on and so on. You get the analogy. I don't need to walk all the way through it. We are not just a group of rugged individuals. We can all be proud rugged individuals, but we are also a community, and a commonwealth and a country.
Fundamental.
It's one of the
Absolutely.
great lies that has ever been told to you.
Yes.
And stop accepting it, because it doesn't have to be that way. So stay with us. The phone line will be open a little bit later. Again, if you missed anything, youtube.com, that other side of information. We continue with Raz and a comment, and I apologize to Gary, one of our great regular listeners. His comment is a little bit older, going back into the conversation, but I think this is a good time to pick it up. Gary says, and excuse me for sniffling, kids, we're getting more and more congested here as the show goes on. I might run and get nasal spray. Boy, won't that look exciting on video, watching me do nasal spray. I started a men's DV help group years ago, and I found that men and women suffering from quote unquote intimate partner violence, or IPV, can and are able to help other DV victims. What might you say about that, Roz?
Absolutely. So I had the privilege of being the volunteer coordinator at a shelter, and many of the folks who came to volunteer were survivors. Similar to veterans who can speak best, most easily, or there is that special entry point for folks who've also been in combat. I think folks who have that lived experience can connect particularly deeply and help other survivors. So, man, powerful on a lot of levels. One of the most important things is to begin to diffuse shame, and isolation is at the heart of so much that troubles us as humans and that drives so much unhelpful behavior. And so if we can be in relationships of support and connection where folks can realize, oh yeah, I did that too. Oh yeah, I fell into that, or I got caught up in that, or I didn't see that coming, or I did that and I feel ashamed, it takes the sting away. So yeah, of course. And I also think that there are so many things where the dynamics are similar, be it at the intimate family level or the larger, as we mentioned before, the organizational, the societal level, those dynamics of power over or power with, high anxiety leading to more anxiety, calmness and self-regulation leading to more self-regulation. Like there's an emotional literacy that is so important, and it is what it is, right? And I think earlier Jeff was talking about the frustration of people not getting it. Taking a systems perspective, one of the things that I appreciate about systems theory is that, yes, there are some points of leverage that are more valuable, and we ought to try lots of stuff and see what takes. But because in a system, everything is connected, there's no wrong place to start. If you feel drawn to start locally, you're going to make an impact, as well as folks who want to work maybe on a global problem and some of the levers there. So that
Isn't it a
again,
shame how
gives me hope.
readily we can do that sometimes? That if we have a problem, whether it's domestic violence or the continuing degradation of the economic classes, whatever, how large or small, that if we are, in my humble opinion, open enough, bright enough, smart enough, strong enough to use a spaghetti against the wall kind of idea, there's nothing wrong with multiple ways to tackle a serious problem.
Yeah.
And if we try 10 different things and only 2 of them work, we tend to then think as the problem as unsolvable, except that instead of, I should say,
Yeah.
okay, those other things didn't work, but these did.
Yeah.
The problem is solvable. These proposed solutions didn't work, but the other ones did. But instead, we seem to be in this training of, well, the problem is unsolvable because all 10 didn't work.
Right. Yeah. And if I may, this is taking it up to that kind of meta level. Something that I have found eased my soul, because I tend to feel a burden to contribute and try, I'm empathetic. So it pains me when I see what seems like unnecessary suffering. What has helped me is embodying both and from the perspective of fixing. So I become a little more wary of saying solutions, because I think we free ourselves more when we move away from solution. And I'm not sure what the replacement is. I'm talking a lot these days about islands. We're not going to be able to save everything, but we can have islands of wisdom and courage and ecological diversity and technological know-how, right? I mean, I think that there are some signs that things are moving in a bad direction where there's going to be destruction. But on the flip side, we can have these islands of connection. And, the fact that we're talking here, I think you, Jeff, and I are largely simpatico, Gesundheit. And I'm assuming if whoever you are, you're taking the time to listen. And thank you so much for committing your precious time to this. Those connections buoy us up. So I've just had to be intentional about stepping away from a sense of we're going to fix this to we're going to improve it. There's going to be enhanced learning. Not everybody's going to know it, but it's going to be more easily accessible for those who want to learn. And that to me is my success.
To form a more perfect union
Yes.
presupposes the fact that it is not,
Yeah.
that it is a constantly evolving,
Yeah.
and a constant effort to reach said a more
Yeah.
perfect union. Dear friend of the show, he's been a caller to the show very early on. Those of you who think that Facebook can't connect anybody anymore, you're wrong. There's believe me, the mountain of problems with Facebook is way more than the remaining through 2.5 hours math 2.5 hours on this program. It's probably a series of months-long programs, but Robert Lowell Hoffman, my dear friend and Chelsea supporter, but I love him anyway. Got it wrong, man. You got it wrong. It's right there. Violence, one of his quotes, violence and declines in violence are functions of prosperity and IQ. I don't know if IQ is the right word, but I understand exactly what he's trying to say. Education is still the great leveler in this society. It's exactly why the for-profit education industry and billionaires want to destroy it. How do we have drone workers, the so-called unskilled workers, cheap labor, if we educate people? It's also one of the great backstops, if not breaker downers, but barrier breakers of racism is education. And he is right when he says that we see crime increase when economic stability decreases.
Absolutely.
Crime rates
Yes.
from the New Deal forward were exceptionally low.
Yeah.
If you have enough people, you're always going to have a crime rate. There is no zero crime rate.
Yeah.
Crime goes back to the foundations of the first cities in Mesopotamia, where enough humans came together and said, hey, we could all live together and hopefully do better. Crime probably started way back then. Not probably, it did. Science tells us that, but anthropology tells us that. But I understand exactly what Robert's getting to. Republicans are trying to make crime an issue in this election, and no one, Republican, Democratic, Independent, Green, Venusian, or Martian, is in favor of crime or doesn't want to have safe streets, a safe home, safe schools. But why have we been blinded to? Again, I'm really kicking the hell out of that 30% today, but they've been told that crime is just this existential thing that is kind of happening to them instead of the direct, and countless studies that will show you that crime increases when desperation increases, when economic disparity grows. We have worse, he tried to say, economic disparity now than we did before the Republican Great Depression. I mentioned earlier, 3 richest people, bottom 2/3 of the country. Them versus us, unfortunately. They want it that way. So Robert makes a salient point. May I ask you what you think of that comment?
I appreciate you, Robert. And you gave me a wonderful opening. And I may have to try to control myself a little bit. I mentioned being a rural
I'm doing a poor
Democrat.
job of it, so you have a go.
Okay. One of the things I think makes me electable, if we can get the word out, is that my background is such that some of the usual talking points simply don't hold water. We've already touched on one, which is my opponent claims he's a person of faith, and from that comes his anti-abortion, anti-reproductive choice stance. As a professional chaplain, I am able to claim the faith space, which makes it even easier. I mean, if I were simply a person of faith, and I don't want to say simply as though that is not enough. Anyway, I hope you hear what I'm saying. I've got that faith piece covered. And another place I can meet him is around the crime. Interestingly enough, he was the only state office seeker during his contested primary that I'm aware of who ran TV ads, and they were about defunding the police. As it turns out, I've already mentioned my association with chaplaincy with veterans. I also was a commissioned naval officer in the chaplain candidate program, which is a very unique beast. And when they ran out of training spots, I reluctantly had to surrender my commission, but I took that oath of commissioning, and there are pictures of me in my uniform. That was a meaningful commitment because I made it wholeheartedly that I would serve this country up to any cost, including my life. Furthermore, having worked in the domestic abuse field, and a part of which was helping occasionally women move from danger to safety. And if the abuser was likely to be there when we were removing her and her children and taking them to a shelter, we would ask for a police escort. So since very early on, I felt I had a collaborative working relationship with the police. And I am a member, past secretary of the chaplain section of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. And I have one more little string in my bow here, which is last year, I felt like I was reading the signs of the time. I was concerned. The door left open at the Oregon Capitol, the rowdy protesters who were allowed in, that caused some concern for me. So I thought, who is out there protecting the center-left politicians? So I went on and I got specialized training in executive protection, what they call the tools, taser, spray, pepper spray, handcuffing, baton, as well as I now hold armed and unarmed licenses in security. And that's my part-time job, unarmed security. So all of that is to say that I feel like I have a perspective that gives me the both and. And I have tried to emphasize, I absolutely think we have to do a better job leaning into and bringing bigger picture. Going back to that fight or flight idea, when people are under stress, the perceptual field, like the visual field narrows, the thinking field narrows. This goes offline. So when we oversimplify, we know we're operating out of stress. When we're able to be more curious, hold more complexity, see the bigger picture.
Is that part of why we become generally, maybe I'm making a connection here that it shouldn't be. I'm not a psychologist and I don't play one on the radio. That we become, when that stress that you're talking about, that we become more closed off, we become less open to possibility, that we become more pessimistic, that we become, why we become angrier, because we think our options have narrowed, if not eliminated. We can't do anything. No one's coming to save us. There's nothing, nobody's here to help me. I'm not getting any help when I should be. If you're brave enough to ask for it, that we do get more closed off, that those possibilities then narrow. I only see so many avenues right now. I'm not at an intersection where I can take 10 turns. I think I only have maybe 2 choices left.
Yes, very well stated. And I'm going to move to another point that's absolutely critical when we're dealing with crime and how damaging Republican perspectives are. The Republicans typically look at crime as an issue of weak morals. And what do? You punish people. That's the approach that is often touted.
Well, you punish people when you've created a for-profit industry around it.
Yeah.
We spend more money in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on for-profit prisons than we do on education.
Yeah. Anyway, corollary, or another
let that one
piece.
swim around in your brain for a while.
Yeah. And anyway, very important. And I mentioned how powerful I think math can be. I appreciate that statistic, that reframe, because reframe, so head, heart, hands, right? We need to be addressing all of the parts of a person, and you could throw in halo there too, that spiritual side. Like every once in a while, a really good frame is going to break through and help someone say, oh, wow, I'm going to look at that differently from now on. But in terms of addressing crime, which I think we all want, I do believe we need to continue to fund police. There are absolutely systemic problems with racism, and that needs to be addressed. I think that a lot of that is coming from this power over model. On the plus side, one of the things that justifies maybe more police monies is embedding more of those behavioral health teams that go out and take some of the calls that are
You beat me
behavioral
to my
health
question.
related. Yeah.
You beat me
And
to
then-
my question. I was going to ask you exactly about that. And as part of actually potentially ending. Oh my God, my words are always, they're just like slightly off today. Potentially adding more funding
Yeah.
to policing organizations, municipal, even federal.
Yeah.
Isn't the support do you subscribe? You just kind of answered it, but let me ask the question
Mm-hmm.
for formality anyway, as we, drift back into more policy. Supporting the police for you is actually adding funding, which I find no problem with.
Yeah.
Allowing, encouraging their unionization still, and empowering those unions, but also providing them with the real support that they need. I think that there's a section of the populace, and I think the right has tried to knock this down as some sort of talking point, but it truly supporting police from my, I've always said that, I've said rather flippantly sometimes, even though I mean it, and I do think it's, there's an ounce of profoundness to it. If you really want to support veterans, stop making them.
Here.
So
Yes.
if
I think I know where you're going. And
isn't
I
the
agree.
real support for the police, the real genuine support for the police, is so that they can do the quality of life things. Speeding tickets might sound really minor, but they save people's lives. These are quality of life issues like noise and disputes between neighbors and so on. But police are not. New Jersey just passed a law that their police will have to be licensed to be officers. In Western Europe, police officers make, in dollar equivalencies, well over $100,000. They must have a college degree. Most of them don't carry service weapons. They are not an extension of the military. They are a public community peace force.
Mhm.
Isn't really protecting police, providing them. If you get a domestic abuse call, you take a domestic abuse counselor with you. If you
Yes.
find somebody who's strung out on meth, you take a drug counselor with you. Our police are not, they are a great many things. And when Kristen and I are lucky enough to attend the many, many festivals in the Lehigh Valley, we generally always end up talking to police officers. They're good men and women. They volunteered to do the job in the same way that you volunteered to teach and for the
Yes.
military. You volunteered. They volunteered for this. But as smart and as educated and as just nice, and nice is in short supply in the United States right now, as nice as they are not domestic abuse counselors. They're not marriage counselors. They're not doctors. They're not drug abuse counselors. Isn't the real support of the police the real support when we send them with the support that they need? It's almost a two-pronged area of support, so to
Yeah.
speak. We support them by
Yeah.
giving them the support that they need.
Yes. Yes. I agree.
And they're
And
not school guards either, by the way.
so there are two more things that I think are exciting and have some good possibilities. Let's talk about the policy-based one first. It's a both and. We talked about the extra teams. There is some evidence-based exciting work happening around de-escalation skills for the police officers. So often when we think de-escalation, we think, hey, I've got to de-escalate that that person who's kind of flying off the handle, potentially doing something offensive in the sense of offense versus defense.
Right.
This training is again working with the officer's nervous system. So the leader in this field is the Force Science Institute. Recently, they trained the San Francisco Police Crisis Team, which went out on thousands of calls. And when they looked at the statistics using these strategies, they were able to have a nonviolent response rate of 99.9%. So that is something also where every beat cop, I think, would ideally have access to this evidence-based practice that helps them, because supporting the police is also including helping them take the edge off their own trauma. You talked about how important the social support is, and it's ironic. Police are identified, I think, as center left, the folks who go into that field. Teachers center, nope, I messed that up. Police center right, teacher center left. But both of us are having a similar moment in the public right now where a certain portion of the public is very anti. And you may already know that most police departments are having a terrible time with recruitment because people don't want to go through the hassle. Certainly there's physical hassle. There are some challenges with removing options for them to intervene in stuff they see. Like if they see, and we get into what's happening with Measure 110 in Oregon, which I think came from a wonderful place, basically decriminalizing drugs. But people are now briefing the Senate committee that deals with that rollout and saying, you need a carrot. Yes, you got the carrot. Good for you. Yeah, there's going to be more money available for rehab, but you also need a stick. There need to be some boundaries so that folks are not encouraged to continue petty crimes, property crimes to feed their drug habit, et cetera. Now, I'm kind of going a little off. Let me see if I can pull myself back. Those police officers, as you said, they volunteer. And we're asking them to see the worst in humanity day after day after day, which leads me to my next and final point of this section of what I have on my mind. And that is, we really support police officers when we address that economic injustice issue. We have to make society more fair. We have to remove the desperation and give people back dignity, give people back opportunity where they have a place to live, all those things we were talking about earlier. So that's how we really serve the police officers, by making there less crime that they have to deal with on a day-to-day.
Why is the economic disparity argument so hard to make when it is so prolific and so obvious?
It is not obvious because we talked about that complex thinking piece, right? Economics is hard. There have been decades of intentional bad faith arguments that people have made in partisan ways that I think are unethical, right? Folks who want to have more control, they want more money, and so they have propagated lies. And the way our society is set up, oftentimes those people have more of a mouthpiece in the media. They're able to, our friends at Koch Industries are able to fiscally sponsor 90-some climate disinformation organizations, as an example. So it is hard in the trenches work, I think, to educate person by person by person, trying to keep some of this community-based media alive. And it is hard. And yet, as we do it, we build our resilience and we make a difference. We absolutely make a difference.
Why is, you talked about the attack. I always find it interesting when I do think some of them are spam calls. Sadly, I get a lot of them. I kept my mobile number when I left New Jersey, so I tend to get a lot of them from New Jersey, if not all of them. the police something association, the association of police something, the foundation for police this, and so on and so on and so on. And generally I will get hung up on when I tell them, if you want better policing, vote Democratic. Republicans don't even want your union to exist, and they sure as hell don't want to pay you.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's government's job to supply you with the equipment that you need. And I generally get hung up on. Where's the disconnect?
Well, first of all,
What am I missing?
I want to say thank you for educating all of us who are listening. And since maybe you've said this enough that it's old news to folks, but what a wonderful summary. What a wonderful summary. What's the disconnect? Man, people are,
Well,
and I use this word
generally,
advisedly, people are tribal. And it's that
if-
us them group.
if the
grouping
person
is-
self-identifies as a police officer, especially, it's not just a call center.
Yeah.
And tell them to start voting Democratic. Because
I love that you doing that.
the economic disparity issues are protecting you.
Yeah.
When you don't have to go arrest somebody who's shooting somebody else in an ATM because they can't feed their family.
Yeah.
Look, there's bad people. There just
Yep.
are.
Yes.
There's we're coming up on 8 billion people on a planet that can barely sustain half of that. Okay, I get it. There are bad people. There always have been. From Cain and Abel, there's been bad people. We get it. And there should be police officers. By the way, what a terribly socialistic institution, police officers. You damn socialists.
Yeah.
But you sure as hell gonna want one when you need one. They are suffering from the economic disparity in their own work, let alone whatever their private lives might be. And their private lives are none of my business. But they are suffering in their work from the economic disparity crisis, because 2 people are shooting each other over a loaf of bread, or so-and-so's getting robbed at an ATM, or they're panhandling in the subway. These are things that they're not trained to deal with. They're not. And they're not bad people for not being trained to deal with it. These are not, they're crimes technically, but they're not, the reasoning behind it is not something that they were created for, let alone trained for. The police were not created, and I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of when the police forces were created out of the slave patrols of the South. That's a whole different topic for a different day. But they weren't created to address the results of economic disparity. How do we make our own police officers understand their vested interest in their own communities, other than the very rightful and justified feeling that I just want to go home alive?
I'm going to say it goes back to relationships, and I'm smiling because I'm imagining what a gift it was to that police officer or officers you've had these conversations with on the phone, because
I usually get hung up on the phone. When I have them face to face, they're the most pleasant, wonderful conversations you could ever imagine.
So I just want to say, though, to me, the fact that you got hung up on, if you were able to get out that kernel of truth that you just shared, that person is now forever changed because you broke through the bubble. And one of our biggest problems, again, driven by stress, under stress, we fuse with the in-group, we push out the out-group and blame them. So you had that moment of crossing the boundaries. And what I would recommend, and I genuinely recommend this, I think it is incredibly powerful, and anyone who's listening who has a bandwidth to do it, please, please, please try. Ask to go on a ride along. Go to your local police officer.
Citizens are allowed to do exactly that.
And do it and be
You don't have to be an
open
elected official or radio
and just
and TV
say,
host or any of the following. Yeah.
hey, I'm a
Citizens
progressive, I'm a liberal. And I've had some of those experiences when I'm getting that additional security training I mentioned, where I've had some amazing conversations where I hold the space of, I am a liberal. and I have an opportunity to listen to how folks are framing things, but them just being in the same room with somebody who's likable, who likes them, now suddenly that us, them, the distance is diminished because now here's a liberal that actually they don't want to see strung up on the streets. Being who you are, communicating, not just waving a flag necessarily, but showing up, doing the ride along, having those connections. If there's a citizen police academy, try to drop in and join in and let it be known. Hey, I'm a liberal. I'm a Democrat. Using some of the messages that the opportunity arises that you just shared. We need to humanize ourselves. If we are dehumanized, we are in danger. It's an act of self-defense actually to move toward the police, to move toward those folks who own guns and threaten to go all Second Amendment on the liberals.
The supposed Second Amendment solutions. You are not a constitutional scholar. I am not one either. And again, I'm happy to tell folks what I am not as much as what I am, because I think we're defined by what we aren't as much as what we are. So I'm not a constitutional scholar, and I really actually had no intention of talking to you about this until you raised it. Why do you think that the Second Amendment is more important to folks than all the others? And why do they not seem to realize that it is the only amendment that denies you all the others?
Okay, well, let's try to go down this rabbit hole a little bit, and maybe we put a time limit on it because we're never good. We're never going to fix it. But again, I'm going to call on some of my rural experience here. It is a central facet of identity for a lot of folks. So I'll start with that piece and then we'll problematize it. Out in the country.
I think more so masculinity even.
Oh, I'm going to get there too.
Okay,
You betcha. You betcha.
Let me just back up away from the mic.
So there are folks who genuinely use weapons out in, they use firearms out in rural areas. They're hunting, they're target shooting. They go hang out at the gun store and they talk with the guys. It is genuinely part of their leisure and their recreation. It is also something where maybe you live out in the country, and if a problem arose, law enforcement would be, and this is a dirty secret, law enforcement is typically a reactive force rather than a preventive force.
Yes.
But when you live in the country, it's like, duh, if somebody breaks into my house, I'm responsible to protect myself.
Right.
So that reality is more culturally attuned. Also, folks who grow up with guns typically are enculturated in safe handling, never point at something you don't want to destroy, never put your finger on the trigger until you're ready to pull it, blah, blah, blah.
Lock them up, lock them away, keep them safe.
Yeah.
Keep safety on, keep the ammo and the gun in two different places. But there is something interesting that you said that I hope I remember. So you finish first. There is a difference between weapons and guns.
Yeah. So there's a cultural piece there. And because folks, there's a genuine disconnect, I would suggest, in lived experience between folks for whom guns are just a part of life, and they are also a part of kind of masculine definition, and they do make people feel powerful. And I will say that I, as a woman, I feel empowered by having a gun. They're terrifying and they're empowering. I find both to be true at the same time. And folks who don't have that experience, who tend to be maybe more urban and suburban, folks who are Democrats, we have not done as good a job talking in nuanced ways. And so some of what comes out of Democratic lawmakers' mouths about, well, let's just make it much harder to have ammunition, which then has the negative effect of meaning that, oh, you're going to be even more poorly trained when you use a gun. And we're wrestling also with, when we look at history, countries that have moved more toward totalitarianism, that have implemented genocides, removing individual access to gun ownership is often part of the path toward that. So when Second Amendment friendly people hear gun control, they think tyranny, they think government tyranny. When, let's say, Democrats and progressives think gun safety, they're thinking gun safety. They're thinking protect my children, protect the public from folks who have mental health issues. By the way, 80% of firearm deaths in Oregon are suicides. So,
If you have a firearm in the house, you are at a minimum, I think I'm actually wrong and low on this. You are at least 3 more times to kill yourself with it.
yeah,
More likely, I should say. I didn't say that right. Let me fix my grammar. If you have a firearm in the house, you are 3 times more likely to use it on yourself
yeah,
and end your own life than you would be to commit suicide any other way.
yeah. So this is one of
That
those
has entered the
places.
room.
It's stressful, right?
Okay.
So we tend to oversimplify. And what I want to encourage is just continuing to try to complexify the conversation. To folks on the right, I would challenge and say, our kids are looking for the adults to step up and protect them, because kids are terrified of dying in a school shooting. Teachers are terrified of dying in a school shooting. So our kids are waiting for us to show that we love them more than we love our guns. That's important. Measure 114 is on the ballot in Oregon, and that is a law. It passed. Obviously it's an initiative. There is something called the Democratic Party of Oregon's Gun Owners Caucus, of which I'm a member, and they do not support that measure, in large part because at a glance it will make illegal magazines over 10 rounds. It basically pushes a certain number of people out of their identity and commitment as being law abiding. But more problematically to me and others is that it institutes a requirement for training. Awesome. But it doesn't provide an on-ramp to how is that good? Who is going to provide all that? Is there a rollout to make sure that enough of those training courses are provided? Will we subsidize it for people who are low income so there's not a class disparity in who has access to that? There's nothing that says the part of the process is the state police are going to have to do background checks, but now there's no time limit. So maybe the state police just never decide to do the background check. So I think we definitely can move forward in making gun safety a priority, but the Democrats need to do a really good faith job at thinking about how could this possibly go wrong and trying to account for that.
My cat has entered the room. He is not happy. I have paid no attention to him whatsoever. Would you like to come up and sit on my lap? Or are you just going to stare at me and make me feel guilty? Do you want to come up and sit on my lap? You're just going to make me feel guilty that I'm not paying attention to you? I haven't really paid attention.
Cat's
We've
job.
been away. We left him by himself. You can do that with cats. You know, I think he was alone for not even just a touch over 24 hours. He didn't starve or any of the following, folks. I assure you. It's one of the fundamental differences between cats and dogs. Dogs you either take with you or you don't take trips. Cats can take care of themselves for a day or two. So he is circling under my desk, which I'm not comfortable with because he might lay on one of the power strips and shut me down, which he has done before. But that said, why do you think that folks?
Well, before you
at
ask
the-
your next question, would you just give me a reality check? How did what I just said land? Because I get a little,
Well, I'll
the
tell you
heart
what-
beats faster. This is an emotional topic.
No, I think, well, the thing that jumped out at me is what I think that both Democratic candidates, the Democratic Party at every level, both must do and yet suffer from. What you said just can't fit on a bumper sticker. Either the font would have to be microscopic or it's a damn big sticker. It's not Make America Great Again. It's not Try and Take It. It's not My AR is My Buddy or any of that other just phallically enhanced crap. We dance in the gray. And that's what makes it harder. Some of these issues are not blue and red issues, they're gray issues. And if you want to, extrapolate even further, blue and red makes purple. Okay, they're a purple issue. Some of the more, I'm sad to say, unproductive, but when I know the person standing across from me is not going to be reached by anything I have to say, and I need an exit. Not for safety, but just because we could stand there for 14 straight days and we're never going to get to each other. But I will ask the most ardent, well, wait, let me back up before I get to that. Yeah, we have to explain things. We do have to educate things. I think, unfortunately, I've been blessed to work with a great number of candidates in a consulting role, in a teaching role, in an educational role, because politics is an art. You don't just wake up one morning pissed off about the Hobbs decision and decide to run for fill in the blank.
Well,
And-
maybe
and-
you do. And hopefully very shortly you realize how much you need to learn.
Well, okay, I'll take that. That's a better way of saying it. Thank you. I appreciate that, because it is a better way of saying it. I was going to say, you don't just wake up and I'll print some flyers and some signs and, hey, let's see how election day goes. There's most folks who want to run for office don't even understand there's a petitioning process to get on the ballot. They think you just run for things. You just declare you're running and everything's good. It's not that simple. They certainly don't understand, even though they have all heard about it, the overwhelming influence of money in the system. They don't understand how much it costs to get these things done. Oh, you print some flyers and some signs. Have any idea how much those cost, or the lead time that you need for them?
$7.30 each for a
Yeah,
sign.
or
Yes.
that if you put the wrong phrase on them, if you put a comma in the wrong place, you can completely redefine a message that you're trying to send. You could put a capital letter in the wrong place, an exclamation point in the wrong place. You choose the wrong color on your sign. It changes the message. My skills happen to be master of the dark arts. I teach people how to speak, how to fight back from attack, how to attack back, how to from posture and dress and diction and enunciation, which I have shown tonight I'm not always mastered at, punctuation, posture, dress, how to enter the room, how to make your biography, how to shut up after the first 15 minutes and everybody's bored to tears and you only made it to high school. Like, we've got to move on. And things like, and how to look at your opponent, generally speaking, to the right, and have the stones to say you're lying.
Mm.
Not that I'm uncomfortable with my opponent's myth truths, but to look at your opponent dead in the face and say, I don't know why you're lying to these good people. How bad do you want to stay in this office that you're willing to lie to them? Do you think they're stupid? I don't. They may not agree with me, but I'm not going to lie to them. We have to when we talk, there's so much talk, even inside Democratic circles, about we're not strong enough. I don't always know what that means. Are we not strong enough because I didn't walk across the debate stage and punch my opponent right in the stones? Or am I not strong enough because I said, oh, the myth truths of the general right-wing movement make me uncomfortable? No, my opponent's lying to you. He's lying to you. He's lying about his own positions. He's lying about where his money's coming from. He's lying about my positions. He's lying about history. The history's been written on these things. We don't change it now. Which leads me to this question, and I really do need to reset again at the top of the hour. Even though the FCC does not govern us, I do try to stick to some very traditional terrestrial radio rules. In those discussions with Second Amendment borderline fetishists, that it's just the gun and nothing else. And again, I do think, speaking of the gray areas, I do meant what I said. An AR-15 is a weapon of war. It is a weapon of war. One of the candidates that I'm very, very blessed to be working with currently, and who should be appearing on the show in the next couple of weeks, served in the military. And as you did as well. And when asked about guns, he said, yeah, I do think I think there's a difference. I know you want your AR-15, but by the way, if you already have one, nobody's coming to take it from you. Let's just be blunt. But if I could stop the future sales of them, I would. If you need something like that to hunt, then you're a terrible hunter, and you should probably consider stopping it. You don't fish with it. You shouldn't hunt with it. And besides, it's meant to tear people to pieces. It is not meant for target shooting or for precision or for snipers don't use it. It's not meant for any of that. It is meant for mass. It's meant for you, like in an old movie, like an old mafia movie, mob movie, with a Tommy gun to just spray projectiles across an area. You don't need it. And by the way, I was in the military. I was trained on it, and I do know the difference. However, you want to buy a Victorian etched Italian rifle from the 1920s? My dad had 5 of them, and I couldn't get to it if my life depended on it. You want to have 200 guns in the attic? Good for you. I don't care. Just please lock them up. But it's that gray area between weaponry, the same reason you don't carry a 50 caliber on your shoulder. Or I know it's a hyperbole, and I do think it's a bit of hyperbole, the rocket launcher and all that, where it's not the same thing, but you don't carry 50 caliber on your shoulder either. There's a difference between weaponry and firearms. Firearms can be beautiful, be works of art. When you see the pearl-handled pistol from Teddy Roosevelt, it's not a gun, it's a work of art. The fact that he wouldn't go anywhere without it is a different topic, but it's a work of art, right? It just is. So we do dance in these gray areas. But let me ask you, let me at risk to push just a tiny bit more. If we can agree that all constitutional rights and freedoms, all of the amendments are important, and I would argue some of them aren't, by the way. I think the term limits on the presidency are unconstitutional. You can't have 3 co-equal branches and have a limitation put on one and not on the others. It's unconstitutional. That said, why is the Second Amendment more important than the First, or the Fifth, or the 13th, or 14th? Why is it more important? And gun nuts will tell me they're not more important, but it is to you. Because the Second Amendment is the only amendment that can deny you all of the other 24. Well, what do you mean by that? Because they don't have any freedom of speech if I'm dead. And the Second Amendment kills.
Yeah.
And court arguments have been made that it gives permission to kill, because firearms kill. And if they're in the Constitution, then I guess I have some sort of right to kill, which, oh, by the way, going back to the first hour of our discussion, isn't terribly Christian the last time I checked. So you want to talk about gray areas and that we can't fit it on a billboard, even a billboard, I should say, let alone a bumper sticker. I got my mediums mixed up. Yeah, it's both what Democrats have to do and what makes us have such a harder job, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Yes. Paradox. That just keeps coming to mind. It is after the hour. Do you want to do your thing? And I'm going to think a little bit about how I want to
and take a drink.
to that.
I somehow shared my
challenge.
I shared my tickly allergy throat with you somehow over electronic media. I don't know how that happened. And I continue to apologize, folks, that I'm sniffling and stuff. It's allergies. I can't do anything about it. I did take something, but it didn't sink in yet. But anyway, it is 7:04 Eastern time, 4:04 Pacific time. And yep, 2 weeks ago, I did say specific time, like I was somehow 5 years old, or Piscetti or something like that. Yeah, it's 4:04 Pacific time. In 17 hours ahead in Australia, it is another time that I can't do math in my head about right now. but it's Monday. So happy Monday to you. It's coming to all the rest of us as well. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, thank you for allowing us to be there. Your timeline, your group, your page, your private group, your public group, whatever it might be, we are very, very grateful for you allowing us to be part of your Sunday and every Sunday that we are here. We could not be here if you are not there. You are going to notice throughout this program that we are not going to take a break. You're not going to see a Walmart commercial or a Target commercial or a Home Depot commercial or a Budweiser commercial or any commercial for that matter, despite my best efforts, by the way. If I had advertisers, this would be my full-time job. We don't. So you allowing us to be part of your little part of the social media universe, if you happen to actually share this onto your Instagram or your TikTok or your fill in the blank, your Truth Social. I don't think I've ever been there, and nor am I holding my breath. Wherever your MySpace page, how old did I just sound right there? My MySpace page, your AOL, whatever. I'm just being goofy because I'm getting goofy, I guess. But anyway, listen, we couldn't be here without you. So we're very, very grateful. Please remember that if you missed any of the programs so far, if you happen to be catching this on a recording across Facebook and it's no longer Sunday and you realize it's Tuesday, you can always go to our home group Facebook page. That other side of information, the show and show announcements are always pinned straight to the top of the group, right in the featured tab. You can find it there. You can also go to our YouTube channel, which is also called That Other Side of Information, to try to make it easy for you to remember everything. If you just Google That Other Side of Information, you'll find everything and every outlet where we are, and you can find us. YouTube is probably the best place to find the show in a recorded version because you don't have to scroll through all the stuff on Facebook. But we do have a TikTok. I remembered to do a TikTok promotional video today. I'm sure you all saw it. No, you didn't see it. You didn't, because I have like 100 followers or something. You didn't see it. Unlike Sergeant Mac, who follows us live on hot101.net and on my Facebook page and on his page, Ghost Claw Productions. The Villain's View comes up at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. I almost did it. 6 p.m. Pacific, he tried to say with his lisp. He can't even say lisp right. There's a real irony there. That's a funny thing. You should giggle at that. Sergeant Mac, Thomas Bishop, The Villain's View comes up right after us. Or I should say, whenever we finish. He starts at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Sometimes we run right up. I click off, he clicks on. Sometimes there's a gap, but regardless, he will be here at 9 p.m. We ask you very much. He has no advertisers either, so we ask you to support us. If you're not listening, we couldn't be here. Our friends, our sisters, our brothers, our friends and family at hot101.net. Being a part of the hot101.net family means more than just reaching listeners around the globe. It means exactly that, being part of a family. We have a text thread that goes on between all the DJs and talk hosts, and sometimes it's hilarious, sometimes it's sad. We share things in there. We tell each other when we're going to be on. We try to support each other with what that we're doing. It really is a family, and I could not be more proud to be part of it. And we thank you for allowing us to be part of your Sundays at hot101.net or Monday, wherever you might be around the globe. We have listeners in Australia, New Zealand, throughout the African continent, throughout the Western European continent, dotted around Central and South America, and in Canada. Can't really speak for the Asian continent or Russia. I'm thinking probably not so much. And we're very big with puffins in Antarctica, I promise. But we thank you for letting us be part of you. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, it's really, really easy. Our name is our web address. You can listen on any type of device. If you have an Apple, go to the Apple App Store, find our app, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn radio app for the rest of you. You can Bluetooth it to anything that accepts it. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And please continue to support TCP, the cultured professional, right here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. A really important voice in our greater global community. I will change, I will put the phone number out there while Raz answers my complicated, very, very wordy constitutional question. If you are watching on Facebook, you will see the phone number come over. I will let her answer, and I will tell you what the phone number is, and then we will take your calls and all that fun stuff. So we left before the reset here. Roz, why is the Second Amendment more than all the others, considering that it is the one that can deny you all the others? Because you can't exercise them if you're dead.
Yeah. Well, I again appreciate your framing, and you are showing where we need to go, right? Wouldn't it be great if more people understood the nuance, the complexity, the contradictions inherent in the subject? I guess if I feel generous, going back to what our four founding fathers, and they largely were fathers, were thinking about, they were thinking about their experience of government, where they did need to, or they certainly felt like they needed the right to bear arms against tyranny. So this is not a satisfying answer, but to me, this is another example of how there are terrible contradictions in our country's founding. So this challenge around the use of violence, access to guns, which of course were nowhere near as destructive back then as they are now. That was in our DNA. Racism was in our DNA. The excesses of the corporate system and classism were in our DNA. And yet we have been, in many ways, the most consistent, well-intentioned project to increasingly enfranchise more and more people, to try to do the right thing. It's both light and dark, and I'm hesitant about using those words because they have so much cultural freight, but positive and negative, let's say. This country is both in such strong measure. I think we need to just keep moving toward the positive while understanding and facing the negative. It would take an immense amount of transformation for us to rewrite our relationship with guns. And wouldn't it be amazing if we could pull that off, to have genuine conversations about what gender means, what strength means, what vulnerability and security mean. If we could better embrace our fundamental vulnerability, because, good chance that none of us here are going to make it out alive. Maybe something will happen in times coming soon, but there's a good chance, if the past is any prologue, that we are all going to have to face a really fundamental vulnerability at the end. And that's hard. So I do not have an easy answer to this question. I like the idea of continuing to invite people to claim diversity of perspective so that they can say, I want my gun for these reasons, and I also am concerned about the children, and I'm concerned about suicide, and I'm concerned about safe storage and training. Here's an area that I haven't had a chance to talk much about, and I've just got a good sense, Jeff, that you'll have something interesting to say about it. One of the
Thank you
pushbacks
for
I
the
got,
faith.
yeah, one of the pushbacks I got, which was like, that's an interesting way to look at it, about why regular people should own AR-15s, is that we the citizens need to have something that is at least as robust. Well, we need to be able to have something as robust as the police have access to. So that was an interesting idea. This talk about tyranny, there is a kind of idolatry and oversimplification around, hey, if I just have this really heavy weaponry, I'll be able to fight off, be it the government, be it the hordes of people who attack my house when civilization and society collapse. Well, let's just break that down. What does it take to stay safe in a situation of tyranny? What does it take to stay safe in situations of civil breakdown? It's a lot more multifaceted than just having 30 round mag or two. And so again, if we're thinking about how to be safer. Let's expand the topic. Let's start talking about what does history teach us about effective resistance? What did the French do in Vichy France that was so useful? There's a lot they did that did not include shooting anybody. So again, let's take I'm kind of pretending I'm speaking to these folks. Let's take that concern seriously, and let's get really educated about multifaceted, effective forms of resistance. And that reminds me of one of my favorite books, which is called, if I'm not mistaken, Blueprint for Revolution, which was written by one of the leaders of, again, if I'm not mistaken, the Serbian Revolution, the Green Revolution, those peaceful revolutions. And so the cover of this book is it's that art. It's a very famous graphical picture of someone throwing a Molotov cocktail, but it's been replaced with flowers, and using the examples of what happened throughout the Baltics, of why nonviolence is the way to go. I think it shows very persuasively, you can change culture, you can change regimes, and the safest and best way to do it is through this persistent nonviolent resistance. So, yeah, those are some
I would
of my
only say
thoughts.
that this idea that the NRA likes to put forward, that we need to have this weaponry in our homes to defeat or fight a tyrannical government, was only made up in the 70s by a high school kid who wrote a letter into the NRA magazine. There's no basis for this fact, or I shouldn't say fact, there's no basis for this theory anywhere in in any of our founding documents, period, or any of the letters between the founders, the Federalist Papers themselves, and corporations' papers for the parties. Nowhere does it suggest that the individual, and by the way, it doesn't say individual right in the Second Amendment either. And we always tend to forget about the well-regulated militia, of which all men of a certain age were expected to be part of. Why do communities still, well, not every community still does, but many of them do. And if the building itself is not used for this purpose, it was the armory. Remember the armory? My late father served in the New Jersey National Guard for 37 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he drilled at the Phillipsburg Armory, because the armory is where you went to get your weapon when you were called for service. It was only in your home if you were in a deep rural area. If you lived inside any kind of town or the burgeoning cities at that point, you went to the armory. There's still two of them in Manhattan, New York City. I've been to both. They're gorgeous buildings. But we always seem to forget about that part. Well, because it's not convenient. Because it's not convenient to sell more weapons. Let's break into something a little more policy oriented, if you wouldn't mind. I have already taken nearly 2.5 hours of your time, and we've talked policy, but more in an existential. I want to get to something a little more meat and potatoes, if that's the right phrase to use. We were very fortunate enough 3 weeks ago, not last Sunday, 2 Sundays ago, not last Sunday, but the Sunday before, to have Ben Watts on the program from Oregon. You may have run into Ben in your campaigning. Just a genuinely decent man. I think anyone who may have watched the program, if you watch it on a recording, again, you can find it at YouTube. It's right there. That if you didn't find yourself agreeing with Ben and on policy issues, you could watch him and listen to him and know he's a truly decent human being.
Yeah.
And not decent like a bad slice of pizza, like, oh, that was decent, but like a genuine decency.
Mm-hmm.
He's a truly decent man. One of the topics that we brought up was really quite heady, and I was quite surprised that he didn't exactly agree with it as a solution, which he is welcome to do, of course. By no means does he have to agree with everything I agree with. It's what makes the world go round. During the height of the pandemic, when the Trump regime left the states to fend for themselves and provided essentially no leadership or guidance whatsoever, a true libertarian experiment, the states began to form alliances, if you will. Alliances is a kind of a military term. I hate mixing military terms and non-military discussions. They form things called consortiums. Businesses will occasionally form consortiums. Similarly minded political action groups will form consortiums. They maintain an individual personality while being part of while that group is part of a group of groups. So the states formed consortiums. The Northeast Consortium, or consortium, depending on how you want to pronounce it, consisted of Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, I want to say Massachusetts was in there, and they formed the Northeast Consortium, and they pooled their buying power together to buy PPE, respirators, to trade equipment where it was being needed most. If there was a warehouse full of respirators in Philadelphia, but they really needed them in Boston, they would get moved to Boston, and they shared the cost. And one of the things that seemed to have survived from that, the West Coast formed a consortium, as you well know. I don't have to tell you, you live there, between California, Washington, and Oregon. And one of the things that seems to have survived that is the proposed West Coast single-payer healthcare consortium, where the three states together would combine, if you will, not erase borders, but combine to pay into and manage a single-payer government-run healthcare system, thus eliminating the profit motive for healthcare on the Pacific coast. And I believe it is only the three states. I know Nevada was flirting with it too, but I don't know if they're part of it. And you can correct me if they are. What are your thoughts? That is a very, very Cliff's Notes version of what it is. And if you want to explain more, please feel free. But what are your thoughts on the West Coast Consortium? Do you support it? Are you against it? Is it good but needs some tweaking? Where are you with it?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for choosing probably the topic about which I know the least in terms of practical policy. So well done, sir. And one of the reasons that I have just
with no
blithely-
pregame conversation, I just pulled
that's all
I
right.
just pulled that arrow out and I shot you right through the arm with it.
Well, first of all, I'm glad to know that there has obviously been thinking in advance of what I was afraid of. So what I have seen in my dippings into, and I try to track just so very, very many topics, so very many policy issues. I was not aware it had advanced that far. So I'm glad to hear that folks are thinking about it and undoubtedly running some numbers. There are groups, and I'm not going to be able to replicate the name exactly, but groups of a sort like Physicians for Single Payer Access or some such. And just like with the patriotic millionaires, I like to turn to experts in a field who live that reality to hear what they have to say. I think that when we look at Canada, Western Europe, obviously we need much more than we have. I am in support of it notionally, and I would want to learn more about the rollout. Just
The
because
concept, you could certainly hop on board with the concept. This would be a very complicated rollout. It would be a very complicated piece of legislation.
Yeah.
I suspect most of the people who will vote on it will never read it. because it wouldn't shock me if it wasn't 500 to 1,000 pages between, different protections and price caps and how things are going to be paid, the bureaucracy that is going to have to be built. And let's be blunt, it will.
Mm,
But if we can't dissect it by the intricacies, and I don't know the intricacies either. I
Mhm.
simply know the history of it that I laid out, that there was a West Coast consortium during the pandemic to buy and share medical supplies, PPE, ventilators, beds, and use of National Guard equipment between the different states when those hospital tents needed to be set up, and so on and so on. And what seems to have lived on from that is the idea that this West Coast consortium can now be a seedling, if you will, a pilot for single payer healthcare that people can opt into as
Mhm.
opposed to private insurance.
Yeah.
Vermont already passed the single payer plan. It's law. They
Okay.
simply don't have the population to pay for it. But the 3 states would. California would by itself, but they have actually realized that it would be better, not just better for Oregon and Washington, but better for the entire concept of pushing single payer across the country. And folks, remember, California is the 5th largest economy on the planet.
Yeah.
What happens in California generally tends to go throughout the country. It generally tends to be a national standard. They have the toughest auto emission standards in the country. Now every car is sold with California emissions standards. I learned what California emission standards were from The Price is Right, when they would give a car away and it would say that it meets California emissions standards. They are the toughest emission standards in the country. When California does something, it tends to become a national, not a national priority, but it tends to work its way throughout the country. If California does it, the rest of the country eventually will do the same thing. The West Coast Consortium, my brain is going faster than my mouth. That's the problem. I need to take a breath. The West Coast Consortium would be, I believe, exactly that. The 3 states want single payer. Washington can't do it by themselves. Oregon cannot do it by themselves. California probably could, but it's better to have help.
Mhm.
So that a very exceptionally long-winded question, the idea, the concept of it, do you support that, even if we don't know what the real every small ball-bearing nut and bolt of it is? How about if we take it from 10,000 feet? How about
Yes.
the general concept of single payer, and that your state being part and joining with
Yeah.
the other 2 being part of this?
I am extremely excited about that. I think that any hesitation, and I'm going to own where my hesitation comes from. We have some medical systems that are nonprofit and yet have had enough money that they could buy up other medical and healthcare systems. I'm not quite sure what we do with those folks. Is this going to be, they're still going to be providing care, but it's going to be like a reimbursement issue. That kind of, I want to not say anything too negative about them, but I'm concerned about that kind of growth because it looks like that's more about market control than it is necessarily about, maybe it's related to service. And oftentimes the group of which I'm thinking does have very high service. I also was on a plan through the ACA for them when I was a part-time teacher, where, as I recall, the way it was written, I did not even have any there was no preventative physical during the year. And when you're looking at the $6,500 deductibles that so many of these plans have, including the one that I'm on now, that's the same as essentially not having access to care for so many of us who, are that 40% of people that can't cover a $400 unexpected expense. Now, I'm fortunate because, yes, I can cover that $400 expense, but I cannot easily cover the $6,500 deductible, nor the 10 or 20% thereafter. So I am excited about broadening healthcare access. I am also very excited about following on things like the Blue Zones Project, which, if you're not familiar with it, is a program based on the Blue Zones book, which looked at 10 or 12 communities around the world that have the most number of centenarians. And they came up with 8 or so lifestyle practices that tend to make people healthier. And communities have the option to roll that program out in their communities. The Dalles was such a city, they cut off funding after a few years. But there's another rural community in Oregon that has continued, and they have done the numbers, and they've saved millions of dollars in healthcare costs because people, are simply not getting diabetes, or they're rolling back their diabetes. And so what I would like to see us do side by side is incentivize those lifestyle changes that are culturally so hard, because another way people deal with stress is we turn to food. And the biology of it is if it's fatty, salty, and sugary, it just tastes better. We want more of it, right? So to incentivize folks who are taking good care of themselves, and we can check some of that by blood tests that you get sent quarterly. I have recently subscribed to such a service. And or we don't want perverse incentives where we send people money for not going to the doctor when they really should. But I also think we know that
Preventative
payer-
care just isn't as profitable.
Pardon?
Preventative care just isn't as profitable.
That is true.
How do you
well.
charge somebody $1,300 a month for insulin that it costs $20 to make if you offer them preventative medicine? How do you charge
And
millions
I love
of
that.
dollars?
I
do you
love that
charge-
perspective.
How do you
And
charge millions and millions of dollars for cancer treatment that you're not going to cure, but at least you could bill for it?
I agree. And since the government is now going to be on the hook during the transition, while we move away from that profit motive, there has to be a path so that we don't either bankrupt the program, and or we have very interesting conversations about what the limits are. And so as I remember, one program that I thought was interesting, but I don't know if the American public would ever tolerate it, is the Singaporean model, where you have certain things that are provided, and then you've got like a $500,000 or $1 million kind of lifetime total. And that moves into rationed care, which is just anathema to most people. But the issue is that what happens is that certain people end up having completely unrationed care, and then many other people have no care. And so I am not, from an ethical standpoint, personally, I would rather see rationed care if it meant everyone had a pretty reasonable basic access to care.
But one of the great
that's-
lies about the current system, and it is not a system, it's an industry.
Mhm.
It's a for-profit industry. We don't have a health system in this country. COVID showed us we don't have a health system in this country. Remember, folks, we just talked about this last week. I do have a bad habit of repeating stories, but they sink into the brain the more you hear them. The economic shutdown that happened during COVID happened at the behest of the Trump regime. They did it. They told us all to stay home, stop going to work, don't go out. They're the ones that made odd days, so many people could go to the grocery store, even days they could go to the grocery. They did that. And why did they do that? To save people's lives? Well, once they found out that the majority of people that were dying from COVID were people of color, they wanted to reopen the economy. They didn't shutter the economy to save your life. They did it because the hospitals couldn't take care of you. Because empty beds are not profitable beds because
yes.
cosmetic surgery is profitable. Sticking an intubator down your throat so you can breathe is not profitable.
So you
That's the
reminded
truth
me
of it.
of the government of the
The
need
British
for that
government,
public-private
UK
partnership, because we used to have more bed capacity,
Yep.
surge capacity, right? And that,
before it was turned into a profitable
Yeah.
industry. It was a
Yeah.
care. It was actually about care. Then we figured out what it all started with Reagan. We found out we could make this profitable. And we already have rationed care in this country. Every person that is denied a policy has been rationed or really just sort of thrown in the garbage. You don't need that test. We've decided as an insurance company, the
Yeah.
accountant said you don't need that test. That's rationed care. That's it. The NHS in the UK, which is what I would like to see, by the way, I love the Canadian model. I'd go even further. That every medical facility and medical professional in the country now works for the NHS. The USA NHS. The UK is so proud of their NHS, they took 20 minutes on it in the opening ceremonies of the Olympics in 2012. They did an entire choreographed musical number to it. The government owns everything, buys everything. Everyone who works for it works for them. They had warehouses full of beds, PPE, ventilators, and all they did was break into the stores and use them because there's no profit motive. None. Zero. The NHS need only cover costs. In fact, it really doesn't even do that. When you're born in the UK, you get a number tantamount to a social security number. It's your citizenship number. And it follows you for the rest of your life. It's your automatic entry to the education system, to the NHS, to the retirement and pension plan. They know when you turn 18, so you have to register for military service. But then they also know when you can drink and when you can drive. Or when you can own a weapon, because yes, you can own a weapon in the UK. It's not, we can do something like that here. That is the furthest most currently on the planet. That is the furthest most example. But at least we can take the profit motive out of it. If I could buy, when Medicare was passed, it was meant to drop in age every 10 years by 10 years. It was 65 when it was first signed into law. Then after 10 years, it was supposed to drop to 55. By now, it should be down to, someone is going to correct me online because I'm going to get it wrong. I think really pretty much, so Medicare was in 68. No, 65. So 2025 would have been 40 years. So yeah, essentially it would have been dropped down to pretty much in your 30s. You could enter into Medicare, you'd be covered by Medicare. That's what the plan was originally meant to be. Republicans nixed that as soon as they possibly could.
Yeah.
If I could buy, Bernie Sanders introduced legislation during the height of the pandemic to allow the 40 plus million people who lost their health insurance to be able to temporarily buy into Medicare. Actually, he wanted them to permanently buy into it. Senator Casey from here at in Pennsylvania, a person who has moved a very, very long way on healthcare, said, if you won't give them the chance to permanently buy into it, can we at least give them a chance to temporarily buy into it so they can get covered when we're asking them to stay home and do nothing? And even that got shot down. That's rationed care. That's an entire political establishment saying, die, because you're not profitable. You're just not. We all remember Alan Grayson going to the floor of the House and saying, here's the Republican. He went through a series of Democratic health proposals for single payer to cover the vision, dental, finally make mental health care equal with physical health care. And then he flipped the board. This were the old days when he had poster board, and flipped the board down and said, here's the Republican health care plan, die quickly.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
if you're not profitable, you don't deserve to live. And that's the point. When I go back to the beginning of the program, Raz, maybe you agree with this existential point, maybe you don't. When I say that billionaires have decided that democracy is no longer convenient, I think there's a darker, deeper step to it. That billionaire class
Mhm.
has now decided that unless we are either creating wealth for them or they can extract it from us, that we are quite literally disposable.
Yes.
The Amazon model. I hired you 9 a.m. on Monday. By 9:05, why aren't you picking 27,000 packages a minute yet? Gone. We'll find another one. All of those horror stories that you've heard about Amazon distribution centers. Joe died in aisle 4. I have to go up there and get something. We'll walk over him. What do you want us to do? Move him? You think he's going to care? He's dead. We know about these stories because they're true. Because they happened. They happened. They're still happening.
So, Jeff, I do agree. I do agree. And I would say even more.
I might make you co-host at some point, Roz, because you're walking
Thank
off
you.
the edge quite a bit.
So,
I'm usually not this animated.
okay.
You want to see animated? Listen to Sergeant Mac at night at 6 p.m. your time. Or watch
Okay.
him online. That's animated. I usually don't
Okay.
get that animated. I'm
Okay.
animated this week for some reason. I don't know. I did have a lot of coffee this morning, but I'm quite animated. But I apologize. Please go ahead.
Well, I agree with you. And because now there is such an intermixture of these ruling elites. Now I want to talk about them because there are different kinds of elites. So let's call them the corporate elites.
It's the billionaire class. It's the biggest
Billionaire
corporations in the
class. Okay.
billionaire class.
Okay.
And by the way, folks, we didn't have our first billionaire in this country till the 70s.
Okay, the
There were
billionaire class. Thank you, sir.
There were about 660 billionaires in this country, about 2,500 globally. No, I take that. I'm sorry. No, I do have that right. My brain is a little scrambled. There's about 660 billionaires in the United States entering 2019.
Okay.
We came out of the pandemic with 750 billionaires. There were about 2,500 worldwide. We came out of a global economic shutdown because of a global pandemic with 4,000 billionaires. And that number continues to grow. The richest man in the country, I think, because I think they tend to swap places, is Mr. Bezos or Mr. Musk. They are, generally speaking, worth around between $220 and $250 billion.
Yeah.
Their personal individual wealth is higher. This stat's a little complicated. Stay with me, folks. Especially if you're only on the audio, it gets a little muddy. Their individual net worths are more than the individual gross domestic products of nearly 2/3 of the nations on Earth. What does all of that mean? It means that the gross domestic product of Nigeria is actually less than the individual personal wealth of one man. That is unsustainable.
Yeah.
It can not continue. I have offered this analogy to my audience, to you, my precious, valuable, wonderful audience before. Think of it. Take the money and think of it as food. If 3 people in the United States were hoarding the food to feed the bottom 2/3 of the country, roughly 220, 230 million people, there would be revolution. You would storm the temple granaries. So why is it different with wealth?
Well,
Why do you think it's different with wealth?
I think it's different with wealth
Is there still a
because
certain number of people that think they're just temporarily
yes,
billionaires?
that's
I'll
right.
be
Those
a
are the
billionaire.
billionaires are my real people.
Right. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll go back to being a billionaire, even though I've never been one.
Yes, it's that identification. And I think it is also, if folks were perhaps more self-aware, it is because we so desperately want to feel safe. And because economic security would mean so much to so many of us, we make that leap to assume that the people who enjoy the kind of safety that we want, and therefore the people we want to be most like, are those very wealthy folks. So, yes, there is much work to be done about deconstructing classism and embracing moderation, and also calling out folks who are in that class who have the opportunity to use their wealth for tremendous benefit if they use it humbly. But most often that wealth tends to separate and isolate those folks from the bulk of humanity. And so therefore we see things that you've already mentioned that show a profound lack of empathy.
I have often told people that it's the old adage is really true. Money does not buy happiness. It doesn't, but it does buy a hell of a lot of comfort
Yeah.
and
But
security.
there's only a certain
And that
point.
security that we've been talking about pretty much,
Yeah.
that we've kind of been dancing around most of the night, that insecurity or security. It might not make you happy. 74 European sports cars might not make you happy, but when you need to see a doctor, you can.
Yeah. So
It's a lot of
if I
comfort.
may, because we're at 4:47 and you had asked a
You
really
are
good-
at 4:47.
I'm at 4:40. Yes, I'm okay. True that.
No, we are on till 6. Damn it. Yes, 6
So
p.m.
we're
your
winding
time.
up.
By no
We're
means.
winding
Yeah,
up.
I have another hour. I'm here till 9 p.m.
Oh.
Eastern. That does not mean by any stretch of the when I'm now doing a production meeting on the air, folks.
Okay.
I'm glad you're joining us for it. By no means do you have to stay until 6 p.m. your time, 9 p.m. my time. You are absolutely welcome to do so. But if you cannot, please.
I
do
have a
what you need to
dog
do. You
who
have
is being
already.
cared for, who will need to be
He's going to need to go
picked
out.
up at
Well, I
yes,
can.
so
Picked
5
up.
o'clock.
Oh,
5
gotcha.
o'clock, yes, is my time. But
Well, then you need to come back because I feel like I've really shortchanged you on
Oh.
actual, like, proper education policy environment. We haven't even scratched the surface.
well,
of
we
the
have not
environment.
scratched the surface, and you might have perceived, look, on the Myers-Briggs, I'm an abstract big picture thinker. So I like to start with the 30,000 foot view and then move down to the granular. And just based on my life experience, which is maybe by now you've picked it up, domestic abuse worker, chaplain, teacher in multiple subjects, nervous system informed resilience trainer, long haul truck driver, security officer, all that stuff. I have been persuaded that what motivates people and gives people the courage to
Hang on,
pursue
Randall. I know you're there. Hang on.
really does start with character, with our ethical commitments, with our
Well,
love.
you should come back because we have, as Randall well knows, who is it might currently hold the title of most loyal listener and certainly the most frequent caller. And I don't know why no one else takes his example. People can call. Randall and I have disagreed. He survives every phone call. I don't know why we don't do that more often. But that said, we've hosted now, I think, 3 different programs where we have focused the entirety of the program on one subject. And that is, forgive my French, the bastardization of Christianity as a political tool, and how nothing in the presentation of the evangelicals as Christianity as this bastion of right-wing how there's conservatism, how there's and how the prosperity doctrine especially is absolutely anathema to Christianity. Folks, I strongly encourage you and I have done this before and I will do it again, and I'm going to be I'm going to stop looking at the camera, which I'm very poor at anyway, considering all my television training, to stare at Roz's face when I say this, that one of the great works of writing, if you will, one of the great works of literature is the Jeffersonian Bible, where all of the miracles and all of the sort of supernatural stuff is taken away, and only the lessons remain. What Jefferson considered to be the truth of Christianity: welcome, love thy neighbor, turn the other cheek, overturn the tables of the money changers in the temple. It is easier to pass the camel through an eye of a needle than a rich man to go to heaven. He did all of that. I strongly
And
encourage
he
you
was
to
a
check it out.
deist.
And he was a deist. He was
He
not
was a
he
deist.
did
And so when
not-
people talk
right.
about separation of church and state, I mean, he
Right.
was very concerned about
Right. I often
traditional
mention
religion,
that
yeah.
one of the strongest arguments that happened in the Continental Congress, the Constitutional Convention, I should say, not the Continental Congress, was a discussion. I'll be very quick, Randall, I promise, between two words: of and from.
Hmm.
Madison and Jefferson were pushing for a freedom from religion, but the South wouldn't have it, and Massachusetts.
Yeah.
They wanted a freedom of religion to worship as you will. Jefferson and Madison wanted freedom from religion, so that, especially given the very harsh religious persecutions that were happening in Massachusetts, it was essentially a religious state, and the continuing efforts to convert the slave population in the South. Interesting. Let me get to, I know he wants to speak to you before you go.
Great.
After Randall, floor is yours.
Okay.
You can say anything you wish about anything, and whether you have time to come back before the election or not, I doubt that you will, but if you can, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Because I've shortchanged you. We got into some really I'm really hyped up right now. I'm really
Awesome.
hopped up right now. Well, I'm not like over caffeinated or something, or I feel like I'm over caffeinated, but I think it's all mental stimulation with these existential discussions. What a revelation it has been to have you on here.
Oh, thank you so much.
I am absolutely blessed, but we're not ending. Randall, you have been very patient. I told you I would get you on to talk to the guest. So please speak to Raz. The floor is yours. And please remember, well, you know what I mean. She's going to have to go at some point, but you have at it, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, Rod.
Hi.
Welcome to Pennsylvania from Oregon.
Thank you.
It's good to connect across the whole country.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that Oregon is like Pennsylvania. You know, I've called Pennsylvania Pennsyltucky since my college days in the early 70s, going to school down in Appalachia. But I know Oregon is the same way. I know that the western part of Oregon is very conservative. You got the ranchers up by Eugene. You got the loggers. Yeah, Oregon's kind of in the same place in the sense that there are two camps, two factions within your state, like there are here in PA.
Mhm.
I'm glad you're running in a conservative district, and I give you the best to win
Thank
your
you.
state senate office. Anyway, I just wanted to, we were talking about healthcare earlier,
Mhm.
and I put in the chat. I said, before Obamacare, before the ACA, insurance companies, whether you had private insurance policy, medical policy, or you had what you want a company medical policy, all policies had cutoffs, lifetime cutoffs of the amount of money an insurance company
Yes.
was obligated to depend on your health. And
Yeah.
once you have that, oh well.
Randall, careful
one of
with
the
your
good-
phone. You're going in and out. Stay close to the microphone, please.
Okay, hold on.
No, you're all right. Just please, just keep the phone up there because you're kind of fading a little on us.
I'll put it on speaker. Is that better?
No, it's definitely not. Talk straight into the phone.
Okay.
It's
It's
a radio thing. Trust me. Just if you're using a
All right.
cell phone, just cup at the bottom and it'll work better.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, you sound like a FM overnight jazz host. You sound fantastic.
No, okay. Anyway, the medical cutoff applied to everybody. You know, if you have medical insurance, whether it's individual or through your company, or non-profit company, whatever.
Mhm.
In any case, that was one of the good things that the ACA did away with. Just like all the vaccines being free, you know, it's preventive, all the preventive care.
Yep.
Yeah, I supported Bernie Sanders in 2016. I supported Bernie Sanders in 2020 until he dropped out. And I'm 70 years old, and yes, I'm on Medicare. But yeah, I would like to see Medicare for all earlier because, like, well, that last year between 65 or 64 and 65, I was paying $2,600 a month for private insurance.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, and
Yeah.
then bingo, I'm paying $160 a month, you know, for insurance. So yeah, I'm a firm believer in Medicare for all. Anyway, again,
Yeah.
I'm glad Raz, excuse me.
Raz.
It's Raj. You got it right. I've been saying it wrong. You got it right.
Okay. Anyway, Raz, I'm glad that you came on Jeff's
Thank you.
program this week. It's been very enlightening. You are an incredible person, and yeah, I hope you come back after the
Well, thank
election sometime and converse with Jeff again.
Thank you
When
so
come
much.
back, you will be in office.
All right. Well, I'm
great
certainly
job.
hopeful. We've got this is a toss-up race. And I have to say, I've learned a lot here as well. I've been inspired. It's a great way to go about things, just to realize there's more to learn and to want to learn more rather than to see it as a failure when someone can show us a little more perspective or give us a factoid to noodle over. And so, Jeff, thank you very much for that. Appreciate the call. And I would
Well,
also like to just
one of the
throw out.
great things about Randall is whenever we're fortunate, and I do mean fortunate,
Mhm.
enough to have a candidate join us as a guest, is that he says something I think that's very important. Thank you
Mm,
for running. We don't get
Yeah.
a lot of that. The sheer amount of money that is needed now to run has kept people out of the process.
Yeah.
And running for office is not a small thing. You become a public figure.
Mhm.
Being a public figure is very different. You probably don't go to the grocery anymore, and you're
I
unrecognized.
do, but I'm always a
But,
little leery.
it's an important thing to say thank you. So what else you
Yeah,
got,
thank
Randall?
you.
Very, very quickly.
No, that's all. I just I've got a really bad cold this week, so I'm gonna let you go.
Hang in
Well,
there.
Randall,
I love you, right?
best
Stay safe there, okay, brother?
You got it, brother.
All right. Randall's the
Bye, Rod.
Take care. Awesome.
It is 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. your time. You need to go pick up the dog. I want to give the floor to you.
Thank you.
Any wrap-up thoughts, especially how do people find you?
Love it.
All that stuff. I would normally, part of my ending up thing is usually, anything that we didn't cover, but that'll keep you and I here for the final hour, which
Right.
but because I know there was a lot that we missed, even though I am genuinely emotionally and spiritually energized by the discussion. I know that there's issues that we didn't get to, and I do apologize for that, but I just give you the floor.
Okay.
Whatever, like I said, whatever we maybe didn't finish up, how do people find you? How do they talk to you? How do they connect to you? How do they donate?
Thank you so much.
Are there
Yeah.
debates coming up anywhere online we can watch? Anything like that, please, floor is yours.
Okay. Well, first of all, I will say that I want to come back another time and talk more about healthcare. And when I come back, I'll have done more research. But I have a dear friend from Canada who was able to buy into an added insurance policy for holistic care. And so
Yep.
I'm really curious about how we do the both and amplify that wellness.
Even with the NHS, you can still buy a private policy, but what that covers, they call it, for obvious reasons, Cadillac policies. It's if you have frequent cosmetic surgery, it'll cover that. If you want a private, luxurious top floor room at a hospital, you pay
Yes.
for it through your private insurance. They have private insurance in the UK, even with the NHS, but the NHS is for everyone. You cannot be denied care. And Republicans love to make a thing about, well, you have to wait for surgery. Yeah. You want a nose job? You're going to wait, because the person that just got rolled in out of EMS who needs heart surgery goes before you.
Well, that reminds me of something that has come up in my mind a couple times as we've been talking about things that Democrats have promoted and sometimes gotten off the ground. It also relates to police. And that is that it is a typical Republican ploy to defund something and then say it doesn't work.
Correct. All of government.
So let's just keep that in mind. Good. If people would
break
love
it,
to
complain about that it's broken, and then say we have to throw it away because it's broken.
Right. Or if we, as the chair of the Democratic Party of Oregon likes to say, it's like the Republicans rolled the car off the cliff, down the hill, beat it up, and then took it to the car shop and said, "What? It's been 2 days. It's not fixed yet." So shout out to Casey Hansen. I would very much invite anyone who has the urge to, we still have enough time to do postcards if you want to handwrite postcards. I am paying for my living expenses. I do work 3 days a week, and then the gap I'm paying for by cashing out my IRA. So I am, I am committing to this. And so
That's
Jeff,
all
we were
in.
talking about, it is terrifying. It is often painful, and man, I can sleep well at night. So, right. It's a paradox.
Yeah.
I welcome the support. It will help us make sure we continue to get the word out in some important ways. MasonForOregon.com, FOR, not the number 4, MasonForOregon.com/postcards, if you like that. Next time, Jeff, let's talk more about inflation and the 60% of inflation being price gouging and 30%.
Sure. I think it's higher than that.
Logistical backups and so on. But yeah, it's really, really good reasons to support the Democrats. And I don't know who you are if you're listening to this, but I really, really am grateful that you took the time out of your life to include us in it.
And
Jeff,
again,
thank you. It was a pleasure.
MasonForOregon.com.
Yeah.
Correct? Would you say that's probably the central sort of clearinghouse
It
to
absolutely
find
is.
everything else, to find all the other social
all the
media,
links to
other-
social media and all that good
Mason
stuff.
for Oregon, and it's also Mason for Oregon on Facebook. If you just do a search for Mason for Oregon, that's how I found Raz in the first place. One of your posts came up in my feed because I am a member of, I think, 3 different groups in Oregon, and one of your they shared one of your posts, and that's when I messaged you, and that's usually how most of my guests connect, or things like that. So Mason for Oregon, the website, but also if you go to the search bar on Facebook and just do Mason for Oregon, you will find Raz there, and you can interact with her there. And also, Raz mentioned the postcards. Phone banking and texting is not a regional thing. With these devices reach everywhere, and long distance charges don't exist anymore. you can text and phone bank for Roz if you are
Yes.
willing to do so.
Yes.
We all have candidates in our own backyards too. They need our help, but if you are inclined to help Roz, and you should be, there's so much you can do from a distance. There really is. You don't have to be in her living room anymore. It doesn't have to be 30 people sitting having a postcard party. Postcard parties are fun, by the way, but
Yes.
it doesn't have to be that. We can campaign for someone that we care about and that we're rooting for from 3,000 miles away. Before you leave us, I have bad news.
Oh, darn it. Before you give me the bad news, can I say one more thing?
Sure,
You
of course.
inspired me to.
Of course.
And that is, for someone in another part of the country, you may be thinking, why should I care about a Senate race in Oregon? Oregon is no longer reliably blue. We have a very close governor's race, which is dangerously close, but even the legislature is very, very close this year. And so you helping me get in not only helps one of the bluest states in the country, which, by the way, has the best reproductive choice access in the country, stay blue and protect those freedoms. But something we didn't touch out really at all is my background in climate change education leadership. And I'm in a district that is disproportionately impacted by climate change, with the forests and the wildfires in the wheat fields and the agricultural areas and the seasonal changes.
Oh yeah.
So if
100-degree
I'm elected,
temperatures, places where there never used to be 100-degree
Yes.
temperatures.
yeah. So
Yeah.
if I'm elected over these next 4 years, which are going to be absolutely crucial, I will be able to help inform policy that can then be replicated around the country. And that is something I'm very desirous of. So
The
your support,
legislature is close. Why? Redistricting?
redistricting, and people making fusses, that the Republicans have really stirred some stuff up. And so there are
These so-called social.
4 or 5 races that are considered super close, even just in the Senate, where now there is some danger as to, from what we've seen and heard, whether the Democrats are going to hold those. And
And you have
an example of the reason for this is this huge infusion of cash. And so millions and millions of dollars spent. My candidate only, oh my goodness, I'm going to stay a little late for my dog on this one. He has received $3,000 of direct support from Koch Industries, climate change deniers, and election security overturners extraordinaire. But indirectly, he has received another $40,000 because they give to organizations and PACs that then give to him. So he, like I said, he's gotten something like $334,000. I'm about to break 50, and it's hard. Not everyone is as informed about the process as we are, and so every little bit helps.
And the governor's race, there is an independent, I believe it is,
Well,
seems to be
she
peeling
has that
votes off of.
name,
She's peeling votes off of the Democratic nominee predominantly.
which is really unfortunate because from what I've heard from current senators, she's a bit of a bully, and she is not someone who's terribly collaborative. And then her postures on things really do align much more with these. Well, she's in the millionaire class, not the billionaire class.
So why is she siphoning the reporting that I have seen? And I don't pretend to be an expert.
Because for
Seems
many
to be
years, she was
siphoning-
nominally a Democrat.
Okay.
And unfortunately,
And Governor Brown is term limited, am I correct?
I
Is
believe
she seeking
so.
re-election? She's
No,
not.
she's not. But Tina Kotek, who's amazing, who's a former Speaker of the House, is seeking the Democratic, well, she's our
To win,
person.
to be the next
And
Democratic
she's
governor.
fabulous. Yes, she's a very thoughtful legislator, cares deeply. She will be a great governor.
Well, let me give you another little touch of bad news, and that is you are in the family now. We are honored to have you to be part of the Kennedy Effect guest family. And that comes, the burden of that familydom comes with, you have the keys to the castle, you know how to reach us. Please, please, please let us not just get back. Let us not just visit again for the things that we didn't get to.
Mhm.
If there is anything important that you think that this audience needs to know, if it's a 10-minute, 15-minute thing,
Okay.
you know where to find us. You come find me, tell me you need to be here, and tell my audience what's going on.
Oh, thank you.
We will be rooting for you.
Thank you.
After you win and you are a hotshot national sensation, we hope that you won't forget us. And we very much hope that this is not the only time that you come and visit us. I don't
Thank
want
you.
any guests that I've had here in the almost coming up on, well, April will be 4 years that we've been doing this show to be a one-timer.
Great.
You are all welcome back here. You are welcome back here. You know how to get here, and please don't let this be the only time that you come and visit us. And
Awesome.
3 hours in the middle of a day and a prime Sunday campaigning day is enormous. Please apologize to your dog for me, and just come back and see us again. And we're very humbled and proud to have you part of our family.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, team. There are good things happening, right? Alongside all the other stuff, the good stuff is getting stronger. So I love being part of this network and the family, and I look forward to being in touch.
We'll stay safe as well out on the trail. Take
I
care of
will.
yourself and stay
Thank
healthy
you.
on the trail.
Thank you so much.
Come back
Take
and see us
care.
and say hi to the dog.
Okay.
All right. Have a
Bye-bye.
great night.
Bye.
That is Raz Mason. She is running for the Oregon State Senate, District 26 in the great state of Oregon. And I could understand possibly if you were to walk away from this program or this particular episode saying, well, we didn't really talk about this and talk about that and talk about that. And guilty. We didn't. But Roz is just a truly so well read, versed, diverse in her own being type of candidate that we did get off on I guess some existential sort of questioning and topicking. But hey, that's that's all part of it. It's all part of what we do here. And how awesome to have her be part of our program. Please try to remember too, campaign time is something that is really, really precious. And she took 3 hours out of the middle of a day to be here with us, and I'm extremely grateful for it. And I hope that you are too. She's just she's really, really something, man. Wow. I know that I get I know that I do. I get goodness, not accused. I guess accused isn't accused isn't really the best word for it. But yeah, accused really is not the right word for it, but that I don't do enough show prep. And I suppose that's kind of true. I did not do a lot of homework on Roz, I gotta be honest. And most of what I do is through Facebook. I look at the Facebook feed. What is she posting? What is interesting to her? What does she consider to be a big issue? How is she campaigning? And we kind of ended up talking about all of these other very existential sort of things. And it isn't what I was expecting. I thought it would just be another, I don't want to say another typical candidate visit because every person is an individual and they're different. But I did think it would be a little more standard. And she just, wow, that really blew me away. And a bit of a kindred soul too, because we sort of really drifted all over the place. That was really something, huh? We went down a lot of different rabbit holes. That was really something. But she's right. I want to just kind of emphasize what she mentioned at the end. I think nationally, we tend to look at Oregon or think as Oregon as a solidly and reliably blue state, it may not be after this cycle. There was a redistricting process that really gave some more weight to Republicans in the state. The eastern part of Oregon, the closer you get to Idaho, is not just red, but blood red. It is dead red. If they had any democratically elected officials in that section of the state, I'd be shocked. You're talking ranchers, foresters, preppers, insurrectionists, militia people, like they are, it's a different part of Oregon. It is not Portland. And you have 3 candidates for governor. Again, as Raz mentioned, you have a Democratic nominee, an established, very popular, very sensible legislator, a Republican nominee, and this so-called independent nominee. And the interesting thing that I would say that I did not know, there was an MSNBC story about the 3-way race for governor of Oregon, and the independent candidate was cast as someone that was stripping votes from the Democratic nominee, but because they were very similar. And it would appear that that is not the case. If we listen to Raz, she's really not. She's kind of a bully, doesn't get along with it. It sounds like Marjorie Taylor Greene, but maybe not as extreme. But her legislative record is more Republican. And yet she seems to be stripping votes from the Democratic nominee. And Republicans do this. They put fake names on ballots. They didn't, they stripped a Democratic congressman down in South Florida 2 years ago. He lost his seat because they put a fake candidate up. The gentleman existed. He is actually alive. He's a real human being, but he did no campaigning. The Republicans spent ad money on him. His name was only, I think, a letter or 2 different than the Democratic incumbent congressman. So people were confused as to whom they were voting for. And he sucked off just enough votes to make it a Republican seat. This is what happens. And it happens all over the country. And it's coming from the right. That's not about governing. That's not about legislating. That's not about doing anything to make your life better. That's about power and money and power, because they are interchangeable. Do you put the people in power who give you the money? Or do the people in power give the money to the people at the top who have all the money? So please keep an eye on her race. I think it will be indicative of what happens to the rest of Oregon. Again, she is considered to be in a so-called 50-50 district, if you will, a purple district, a flippable district, a district that can and should be Democratic, should be blue. 2-6 and I was going to say that all wrong. I actually was going to say it right, and then I thought I had it wrong. 267-227-9189 is our number. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. I know there's some folks still in the in the chat that are just the phone line's open, kids. Anything that you want to say. If there are no callers or nothing else comes into my brain, we'll end at 8:30. If not, we'll go right up to 9, right up to our friend and colleague and brother, Sergeant Mac. The Villain's View comes at you on hot101.net and right here on our Facebook page. That other side of information coming to you at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific. I keep saying specific like I'm some sort of child. I do not know why that keeps happening. That said, Sergeant Matt comes up after us. Let me do a quick reset of the program. Wherever you might be on Facebook, we appreciate it. I cannot tell you how much we appreciate it. It means everything to us. That other side of information is our home group Facebook page. That's where we would like you to come over to ask questions, get the phone number, make comments, whatever it might be. If you're not the calling type, drop a question in the comments. I'll take it. I will listen to it. I will hopefully answer it. Hopefully answer it. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Hot101.net. Our name is our web address. You can listen on any type of device. You can Bluetooth it to any type of speaker or device or inside your car. And you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And please continue to keep up with our friends at TCP. I do not believe the morning show is actually functioning currently. And functioning is a bad word to use because it makes it sound bad. I don't think it actually is airing at the moment, but the TCP Facebook page and the events that they cover are still there. You should keep checking them out. They continue to cover important news stories, debates, meetings, local sports, fairs, festivals, mostly in the Lancaster area of Pennsylvania. But again, we are not so different as a country. What affects us here in Pennsylvania affects you everywhere else. You heard Raz tell you that, if Oregon turns into a red state, then I think there's an excellent chance the idea of single payer healthcare in this country is going to be dead, at least until Oregon either reverts back or something else fundamentally changes in this country that might be the end of the West Coast Consortium. So 8:21 Eastern Time. Again, our phone number is 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. Phone line is open. I will do one of the things that I tend to do when I am at a shortage of topics, and I will let me talk about, I'm reminded of something. I tend to scroll through the Facebook page when we have time to fill like this and I'm on my own. And I look back at the articles that I've posted, and if you haven't seen them, hopefully call your attention to them and tell you why they are important. And I am reminded of the OPEC Plus meeting that took place this week, and why the only way to look at this is that OPEC has declared war on the Democratic Party. Well, why would you say that? Well, I'll tell you why I would say that. If you are uncertain or do not know what OPEC is the Organization of Petroleum producing states, basically. I'm forgetting petroleum, some extraction commission or something. I'm forgetting what the EC part. It's the major oil producing nations on earth. OPEC plus, there's OPEC, which is 9 nations that tend to be in the Middle East around the Arabian Sea area. OPEC plus includes Russia and Venezuela and someone else that I'm forgetting. Interestingly enough, the United States is in neither of these, even though we are the single largest fossil fuel producer, but not specifically oil. And interestingly, Norway, which has vast oil drilling in the North Sea, is not part of this group. Well, OPEC decided this week to cut production by 2 million barrels a day, but not right now. It starts November 1st. Now, prices are already starting to go up. This is what tells you that this is not inflation. This is what tells you that this is price manipulation and wealth extraction and price gouging. So I believe it was Tuesday when they decided this, if I'm correct, if I remember correctly. I might have the day wrong, but I think it was Tuesday. By throughout the day Tuesday, oil prices were already changing and going up. Gas prices were going up. The gas at your local gas station was long since bought and paid for. So why is the gasoline in the tank at your local station rising in price for an announcement by OPEC of a production cut that is not going to even start for 3 more weeks? Because it's price gouging. Because it's price gouging. And why would they wait till November 1st? Because they want to do the most possible damage inside the American elections that they possibly can. Posted earlier in the week that there are many, many types of foreign interference in United States elections now, all of which have been brought to us by a Republican Supreme Court, which removed all spending limits and donation restrictions to candidates. They created the dark money crisis that we have now. So why would they cut oil production? To raise prices. It's just that simple. There is not a supply problem globally right now. Gasoline demand, not natural gas, gasoline demand is only just getting back to where it was pre-pandemic. There has not been a run on gasoline. There has not been expanded demand. Demand is not surpassing what it was before 2019. We're just getting back there. Supply and demand is just about even right now. And yet, they're cutting production. That's price manipulation. That's wealth extraction. It's price gouging. And the fact that they scheduled it to begin in November is nothing more than an open declaration of war on the Democratic Party of the United States in conjunction with the biggest oil corporations. And by the way, folks, it's a bit of an open declaration of war on you. Can't afford gas to get to work? Lose your job. Lose your job, lose your health care. And your ability to buy groceries, clothe your children, see a doctor. It's an open declaration of war on you. Even if you don't care or believe that this is an open warfare now on Democrats, or that this is open election manipulation by OPEC Plus, of which Russia is a member. If you don't think or realize or know that that's what it is, then you are sadly mistaken. And rarely on this program will I tell you flat out that you're just wrong, because we all have opinions. Opinions may be misinformed, but they are generally not just flat out wrong. But if you can't see this for what it is, then you really are out in right field. Welcome back, Randall. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's not just, well, you saw it posted, this is the October surprise. It's not Herschel Walker down in Georgia, buying an abortion. No, the October surprise is to kill the Democratic Party in midterm elections by jacking up the price, and not just fuel. I mean, you're a state further than I am. Everybody's turned their heat on.
It'll affect
And-
heating oil
and-
prices, plastics prices. It'll affect cosmetics for that matter.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, fuel, everybody's screaming about fuel, how much it's gone up. You know, over $1 in 2 weeks per gallon. So it's not just gasoline, it's also, you know, the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast states account for 85% of all home fuel oil heating in the country. The rest of the country, the Midwest, the Plains, the South, the West, the main heat source is either electricity or it is natural gas. Again, 85% of all fuel oil used for heating this country is the Mid-Atlantic up through the New England states. And where's their base for the Democratic Party, or one of our bases? Yeah, this is all thought out, and you know, the thing is, if I had the ear of President Biden, I'd tell her flat out. I'd tell her flat out, let Saudi Arabia go on its own. Pull out every American military personnel out of Saudi Arabia. We're not going to protect you anymore. You know, we're not going to protect you from your bigger neighbors anymore because
Well,
of your little.
let me ask you this. I don't disagree with you necessarily. Okay, so I'm asking you just a question for conversation's sake. We abandon all of our air bases in Saudi Arabia. We pull away the U.S. Navy because, by the way, the primary protection for Saudi oil tankers is the United States Navy. So we don't just buy the oil from them. There's not just that cost. There's the $800 billion a year that we put into the Defense Department, of which however many billions a year that we spend keeping one, sometimes two, full carrier groups in the Arabian Sea to protect Saudi oil tankers. So we're going to pull all of that away. And again, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking you a question.
No,
And
I'm
China-
not suggesting that.
and China-
Again, I'm suggesting we pull out everything that is physically in Saudi Arabia.
Well, there's
We
danger there.
have to keep protecting the oil tankers for one reason alone. Europe, our allies in Europe depend on it. Our allies in Japan depend on fuel.
Okay, well, the British have aircraft carriers. The Germans are rebuilding a navy. The French have a navy. The Italians have a navy. They just elected themselves a fascist government.
Yep.
We have troops in Qatar. We have troops near Yemen. We have them in the United Arab Emirates. We have them in Saudi Arabia. So let's say we pull out. You want to play this game, guys? Fine, we'll play it. And then the Chinese move in. Then where are we? What do you think?
Then we go nationalize the largest oil refinery in this country, which is in Texas,
Owned by the
which is owned 100% by the Saudis. Yeah, you want to play games? We could definitely play real games.
I have no problem with that whatsoever.
The-
You want Democrats to be tougher? There you go. That oil refinery, we'll have that. Thank you very much. We'll have that.
Yeah.
Is it time, Randall, to stop shipping oil outside the country? It used to be a law from the Nixon administration that we were
It
not
was-
allowed to ship any fossil fuel products outside of the United States. Whatever we drilled here had to be used here, period, end of story. That got changed during the Obama administration. Republicans dug it in their legislation. He signed it. Is it time to reverse that?
Absolutely, absolutely. It should never have happened.
No, it should. Do you
Even,
know who wanted it? Do
even
you know who lobbied
Yeah,
really
the-
hard to get
the
that?
oil companies.
The Koch brothers
That's the one.
specifically. The Koch brothers specifically.
Well, okay,
I
fine.
mean, you're right. The oil companies as a whole wanted it, but it was the Kochs that spent tremendous amount of lobbying capital, if you will, not just money, but their own personal, political capital to lobby for that because they wanted to be able to ship their products out. So why would we ever, Randall, ship oil, natural gas, gasoline out of the country just to make up for that shortfall by importing it from the Saudis? Why would we do such a thing? Oh, I know why. And so do you. Because it jacks the prices up all around the globe. Folks.
Yep.
My dear audience, the largest petroleum companies, fossil fuel companies, really, not just oil companies. We tend to dismiss them and just say they're oil companies. They're not. Like their hands in every kind of fossil fuel you can think of. The largest fossil fuel companies on the planet have been recording historically high profits, and not just historically high profits for an oil company, but for any type of corporation ever. And they just raised prices again by cutting production. That's how supply and demand works. If you limit supply, the supply that is out there becomes more expensive. So we have historically high profits in the history of mankind for any type of corporation, and they just raise the prices more. If you can't figure out that this is manipulation of the market, this is not inflation. There are legitimate textbook economic definitions of what inflation is. This is not it. This is price gouging. This is a foreign set of entities trying to interfere inside American elections and control the American government. And if the candidates they are trying to help win, they will have control of the American government. Make no mistake. Why would the Saudis hate the Biden administration so much? He called their new MBS is the new prime. Mohammed bin Salman is the new prime minister. They made him prime minister this past week or the week before. There is the king, but the king is exceptionally in ill health and doesn't really make any decisions anymore. He has consolidated power. He is running Saudi Arabia. He is running OPEC. He is also, and President Biden called him a murderer because he knew about and signed off on the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. The Biden administration has also told the families who lost people on September 11th they can sue the Saudi government. They were being protected by other administrations from that, from both parties. And he's also signaled that he's going to release the top secret information that the U.S. government has about Saudi involvement in the September 11th attacks. So they're pissed. And they want to make you and I pay for it. And by the way, along the way, they'll just make that many more billions of dollars off of our backs. I am reminded, Randall will remember this. I am reminded of the town hall that John McCain held when he was running for president. This would have been the second time that he was running. No, I'm sorry. I take that back. So it would have been the first time that he was running in 2000. He was running to be the Republican nominee against Al Gore. And he was asked about climate change. And don't you think that this climate change thing, business is all a hoax and it's fake and everything else? Senator McCain took the microphone back and said, let's assume you're correct. All of this climate change is just a hoax. It's all made up. Doesn't it make more sense for the United States to become energy independent through solar, wind, tidal, natural gas, nuclear, anything you can think of, so that we stop sending trillions of dollars of our wealth to the Saudis and we finally stop importing their oil and put them effectively out of business? And the crowd went crazy, cheering. When they finally settled down, he repeated himself. If you think climate change is all a hoax, fine. I don't believe it's a hoax, but even if you do, doesn't it make sense to stop buying oil from these people? And the crowd went crazy. That was John McCain, not Al Gore, not Professor McKibben, or any of the other, or Greta Thunberg. This was John McCain 20 plus years ago. And he's still right. Most of us in this audience believe in climate change. But even if for some wild reason you don't, isn't it about time that I would rather have 30 solar panels on my roof than have any penny of my money going toward to continue to buy oil from the Saudis? We're smarter than this, folks. We're smarter than this. The answer's right in front of us, and we know it. We simply have to tell these corporations no more. This is how you know we're in an oligarchy. It's how you know we are drifting toward full fascism. When 60-70% of the population believes in a policy that the corporations don't, but yet the corporations always win, that's fascism. And that's not hyperbole. It's an actual textbook definition. Go ahead, Randall. You're my guy for the rest of the hour, brother. I don't see anybody else calling, so you might as well have at it.
Yeah, I know. I gave people a chance.
Hey, can I ask you something on a totally separate topic? No, not a political topic, just let's have a little fun talking about radio for a second. When you first called me, why did you call me?
Because I had an opinion I wanted to give on an issue that you brought up in your program.
Okay, fair enough. Why were you not afraid to do that?
Because I've never been afraid to. I ran for county council here in Delaware County. I ran for state rep here in Delaware County. I have no problem speaking in front of people, so I would have any problem speaking over a telephone.
Oh crap! Somebody is trying to call me. Okay,
Well, then
thank you.
Let me hang up then.
You made a point. That's all I was trying to make. Please, I don't want to guilt any of you in the audience into calling me, and I'm not trying to become a sympathy case. I'm just asking. Randall called. He didn't know me. I think he called the very first night that. Wait. Oh crap. Whoever 484 was, call back. Randall stepped aside, and then you hung up too. Whoever 484 was. Darn it. Sorry, guys. My mistake. I got in a roll. What he was trying to tell you is that I think Randall called me the very first night that he was listening. It's painless. Nobody's going to get hurt. I promise. We're just going to talk. All right. Click. Come on. Google. Work for me. Okay. 484. Go ahead. Give me your first name and where you're calling from.
This is Dan, and I want to say thank
Hi,
you,
Dan.
or you're welcome. I'm sorry.
Welcome home. Thanks so much, my brother. How are you?
First
You
of
need
all, I
to.
want to say my name is Dan, and you're welcome.
Okay, well, don't listen to the radio. You need to listen to the phone. There's a delay.
I'm good. Dan Corcoran. I'm saving you from Randall.
Oh, goodness. Don't worry about that. That's funny. You beating up poor Randall. I saw you had something in the chat that you wanted to tell me about. Talk to me.
Oh, about me and Randall being on?
No, wasn't there something else? What are you starting?
No.
You're starting a new job. Sort of.
Yeah.
Sort of.
For our future.
Why is
It's it's like our revolution.
okay?
I don't know.
Well, tell people about For Our Future.
Oh,
What-
it's like our revolution. It's they. I'm trying to get this sound off here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a
For
delay.
the
It's going to
future.
keep.
They're,
Yeah.
they're
Who started it?
who started Tom Steyer.
Okay. And
Yeah,
which?
I mean they're for progressive progressive I'm on the radio and I'm nervous. Holy,
Well, you shouldn't be. We're just having a
because
conversation.
Randall's listening to me and Randall usually cuts me off.
We're just talking, but the radio.
Yeah,
You're
no, they're for like progressive progressive whatever, but so they back progressive candidates. I guess they kind of lobby them, and I'm just doing canvassing right now. It's kind of like attempt to hire.
oh, that's good.
So-
Yeah, but still, you're getting. The greater point is that you're getting involved, in that it is not difficult to
Oh,
get
absolutely.
involved.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that they're not. Obviously, 95% of the candidates that they're going to back are going to be Democrats, but they're not necessarily Democrats. Which I mean, I just
well-
can't get away from the party.
100% of
So-
the candidates that the Heritage Foundation backs are Republicans. So,
Yeah,
I mean, it happens this way on both sides.
right.
The difference
Yeah, but I
between
mean, so far I've been doing it for about a week. But I mean, I'm not crazy about canvassing because I did all my own canvassing this year. But I just love the fact that I'm able to just be my own boss pretty much. And
what about
just
the
happy that-
what about
What's
the
that?
importance of getting involved in the process? What would if for anybody else who's either listening still live around the world, no pressure, or
Yeah.
I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just kidding. I'm being goofy.
You can't scare me.
But anybody that's listening still, or anyone who happens to see the recording of this, and again, folks, if you missed any of the program, youtube.com, that other side of information, you could see the program recorded. Can you tell people from your own experience why it's important to get involved and how easy it is to get involved?
Oh, you have to get involved. I mean, I don't know how much you remember of last year when I was on. I was horrible. I really was. I mean, I had just started. I had no idea what I was doing. I just knew that I was mad because, like I said, I don't know what you remember, but I just wanted to help my neighborhood. I mean, basically, I was in one small ward in a huge township that was corrupt, and I was just finding out about the corruption, and I was just starting to get mad and thinking, little bits and pieces. I looked back on the tape a couple months ago. I'm like, oh my God, what the hell am I talking about? I had no idea. And then that's really where things took off. I wasn't helping the neighborhood. I was going after these crooked politicians, and I just had no idea what I was doing or what I was up against. And I had these people with fake names that were undercover giving me this information. And I'm like, oh my God, look at all this information I got. I'm going to put all these people in jail. Like, so naive because I had this, and I still have something huge, humongous. And I hope you're okay with this, Jeff, because I've told everybody anyway. I have this huge piece of information about the DA that I'm sitting on that it's not even going to be worth it for me because I'll get laughed at, even though I have this. It's just humongous, and I'm probably not even going to do anything with it. So like now, a year later, I have learned, like you can have anything on these people and you're not getting away with it. I mean, you're not going to get them. They're going to get away with it. And it's like, I know now. I know if I get this stuff, that's why I'm getting away from that. I wasted so much time and I feel I have so much to give. Like I'm doing like rallies and I'm trying to help people that are less fortunate, and I'm just doing so much better than when I was involved with committees and listening to them trying to tell me what to do. And it's just,
Well, look,
you were saying like, why is it so important? It's what's important. It's not, to me, I'm not trying to steer it away from politics, but it's like, I got nothing done, like these people are fighting with me, tell me what to do. Yes, I'm stubborn, but that doesn't mean I won't listen, but I'm not listening to the people who are trying to tell me, no, it's not about this. It's about getting Democrats elected. That's not my strength. My strength is going out and speaking out and helping people that I know I can help. And I mean, this isn't like, oh, wow, you're in the paper, but it's just like, you know what? Since I've gotten away from them, I just found my voice, like who to talk to. And I mean, I'm finding people, they want to interview me, put me in a paper. I'm finding people that from different groups that just want me to be involved with them. I'm getting things done. And it's just, I mean, I'm actually making a real difference instead of chasing my tail, trying to go after these politicians that I think I can get and I can't. And it's like, I'm just so mad, but my anger is going elsewhere. And I'm a lot more calm, believe it or not. I might not sound like it right now, but I'm not the hothead that I used to be. Like, I'm putting that energy into good things. And it's just like, yeah,
well, I
I'm so
think
mad, but
you said
I'm using it for good.
you said something important, that you tried to work through the Democratic Party and it just didn't work for you.
It just, no.
And there's nothing wrong with that. You
There's
found,
not, if you know what you're doing when you leave.
well, no, it's not just that. My bigger point is that you found a different outlet. You found a
Exactly.
different way to be informed, to advocate for policies you believe in,
Exactly.
to you stop me if I'm putting any words in your mouth, but
No, well, of course I will. Yeah, go ahead.
you found another way to do what is important to you, to do things that you feel are important, advocate for candidates and policies that you feel
Of
are
course.
are worthwhile. And it was not through one of the, well, I think there's only one functioning political party left in the country anyway. But
Which
that
one's that?
said, okay. If you disagree with that, that's fine. Or if you generally
No,
out
I'm
in the
saying, which
audience,
party are you talking about?
there's only one functioning political party left
Which one?
in the country, and it is the Democratic Party. And we're not,
Oh, okay.
and
Yeah,
we're not always
Even-
functioning. We're an 8-cylinder engine that sometimes runs on 6 or 4 and sometimes even less, but at least the engine is running. Republicans
If I
are
could
not
take that
even.
further. It wasn't like I said, like I took my stubbornness and said, you know what, I don't need them. Not being sure what I did.
Oh, goodness,
I
no.
don't need them, and I know I don't need them.
No,
Like, was pissed.
I think what you did, I think what you've done is exactly, I'm trying to make an actual positive point out of it.
Yeah.
That for some folks, the political parties are not the best place for them. It just doesn't fit.
Exactly. Yeah.
But that does not mean that you disengage and walk away from the process. There is
Of course.
For Our Future. I share this program, I think, into 3 or 4 different For Our Futures groups on Facebook. There's Our Revolution. There's MoveOn.org. The Indivisible. I don't even know how many indivisible groups there are. I share this program into probably 6 different indivisible groups. So there are other ways.
Mhm.
If you are like Dan, out in the audience and around the globe, I don't want to be part of a standard, old-fashioned, slow gear grinding political party. You don't have to be. There are
Right.
other outlets. If you're in Europe,
Of course.
there's Greenpeace. Well, there's Greenpeace here in the States, but they
Yeah.
do seem to have a bigger presence outside the States. But just there are different. The point that Dan is making is extremely important to everyone who hears this live or recorded. You can get involved, and you should, and it's not difficult. You can. Would you say that I'm right? Did I sort of encapsulate that properly?
You're absolutely right, but you as an individual, like I've been talking to people canvassing.
Mhm.
They're a little strict of canvassing with like their time, but I'll talk to someone, like, for instance, I talked to someone on Friday and he seemed a lot like me. And I was like, listen, here's what I think. This is what I'm hearing. I'm like, I am in no way trying to tell you what to do, but you're a lot like me. I can tell you're a Democrat, but look, I would advise you to look into this before you make that decision. And I told her what I'm doing. I'm not saying don't do the Democratic Party, but you just sound so much like me. Take a look at this first, because I don't know if you know what happened with Stolzheimer and me. I don't know if I told you that story, but anyway, long story short,
No.
I had called him out at a rally. No idea the paper was there. It was in the paper the next day.
Oh,
but
no, I
Democrats
saw
went
you
crazy
post
on it.
about it. Hyper local story. I did see you post about it. If any of
Well,
you
but
are, if
Let
any
me
of
cut
you,
you off because it was before that. I
oh,
called him
I'm
out at a
sorry. Oh,
rally and it
all
was
right.
in the
Maybe I'm
paper
thinking
the
of a
next
different.
day.
I could be thinking of a different thing because I did see you.
Well, it was before. It was the first time I ever called him out at a rally, and it was in the paper the next day. And they went crazy saying you can't call out another Democrat. And you know me, I'm like, bull, whatever. I'll
Yeah.
call out who's ever wrong. And they gave me crap. They said you can't. I was like, no, I'm going to call out who's ever wrong. And that's where it really went downhill. And I'm just like, I don't care what party he's in. And that's kind of where they're calling me an activist and this. And I'm like, I'm not an activist. And then I'm starting to realize, like, you know what? Maybe
Besides,
I am,
activist
because-
is not a dirty word either.
right. I'm like, well, maybe I am. And I'm realizing,
Yeah.
like, you know what? It's right and wrong.
Right.
It's not about your party. It's about what is right. And,
Now,
corruption.
I only have 5 minutes left. So I would just want to,
I'm sorry.
no, you're all right. I just want to try to build on what you said, and you don't have to agree with me because you have told me about this in the past. I can't tell you I remember all the details, but I've told you about this in the past. Here's the only pushback that I would offer. This is a very hyper local story, and that's okay because it's where you live. It doesn't make it less important to, someone else in the country might not identify with it, and that's okay too. It's important to you because you live there. On a statewide and national basis, I would urge folks to listen to what I hope you're sitting down to what I'm going to say. I would urge folks, not the local things that Dan is talking about, even though local government has so much more to do with your lives than you think it does on a day-to-day basis. On a state level, or Pennsylvania and a Commonwealth level, whatever state in the union that you might be in, and on a national level, I would beg you to please not let perfect be the enemy of the good. And I'm actually going to cite, I hope you're all sitting down, Liz Cheney, who did an event in Arizona on Friday. I think it was Friday. No, yeah, it had to be Friday because I saw the reporting on it on Saturday, where she told a crowd, I'm not going to quote her because I don't have the quote memorized. I will paraphrase it, that I am a Republican. I am a conservative. Out of 10 different issues, I probably agree with Democrats on one of them, but here's the one that we agree on, that democracy should survive. My party, the Republican Party, no longer believes in democracy. They believe that Trump is a dictator and he should be in power. And as long as they're getting rich, they don't care about democracy anymore. So if I was living in Arizona, I would encourage everyone to vote for the Democratic ticket up and down the slate. Now, I realize there is a bit of a discussion inside the Democratic Party about vote blue no matter who it is. I usually do not subscribe to that. Dan is now telling you he does not subscribe to that on a local level. At a minimum, knowing Dan, he probably believes it all the way up the ticket. And that's his right to believe that. I don't. On a local level, I think you can get away with it more than you can on a state or national level. Because when your choice...
One last thing when you're done.
Go ahead, quick. Quick, go ahead.
You're done.
Go.
Okay. I've told this, you talk to a lot of people. For me, what is in my heart is what I'm going to say. And it doesn't necessarily have to do with issues.
Right.
Whatever I hear is right. Whatever I see is wrong. I don't care what the party or the position is.
Gotcha.
I'm against injustice.
And I wish that's how it was.
That is my thing. I don't care what the party says. Whatever I feel and I see is wrong, that's where I'm going. And I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. I don't care what the party says.
And I wish
don't like injustice. I don't like people being mistreated. And that's number one for me. That's what I fight for.
And I think in a functioning democracy, we could be a little more. We could be much more like that from president to dog catcher. We're just not in a functioning democracy right now. Dan, I
Right,
need to
but-
let you go
but
because I
like
need to
that-
wrap up.
That's just number one. Like, I
Yeah.
don't care what the party says, what this party says, that party says. What is right to me is where my heart's going, where I'm going, where always I'm going.
I got it.
I mean, that's just,
Okay.
that's just me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Take care.
You got it. I have a couple seconds left on 101 before I have to say goodnight to you all. Thank you all, Hot 101, for being there. Thomas Mack comes up next. For everyone else, please take care of yourselves and each other. We will be back next week. I don't remember who's coming. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Listen, take care of yourselves. 9:00, Thomas Mack begins just in just a couple seconds. For everyone else, again, take care of yourselves and each other. For everybody at TCP, at Hot 101, for Kristen, April, everybody here at the Kennedy, George, everybody here at the Kennedy Effect, we love you and we will see you next week. Please take care of yourselves and each other. We'll see you next week.